(10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1).
Okay, you're gonna have to speak a bit louder.
10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Konondo tano tani keli tani pili tani saba tani nane tani woro tani tani keli mungani fila mungani saba mungani
Hey, very fun sound check. Good day, Born Free family. Welcome to the Joy of Jazz. We're here in the morning at Standard Bank and the Mail and Guardian, and we're speaking to artists. We're speaking to people who've done it. We're asking them what are the true questions, what are the true stories, what makes them tick, what makes them drive, and who are they performing for? What do they do? Why do they love it? And today we're joined here by greatness, people who already are doing it at the greatest level and been doing it for so long. Winton and Weedy, how are you guys doing today?
Fantastic.
Very nice having you today. I mean, I want to jump right in because we don't have that much time. You guys recently just showed your afro. You guys collaborated with each other. The djembe, jazz, those two sides of different worlds, two sides of different music, very rhythmical, coming together. What started that process? What caused that collaboration? And how's that journey been?
It's really it's really ancestral. We have his father and mother, both musicians and played. My father's a musician, and I work with Yakubadi and a group with Udada. We did a piece called and there's an encyclopedic knowledge of the music, jazz music. His mother's a jazz drummer from New Orleans, where I'm from. And we come together around those common objectives. At the heart of it is a spirituality and a virtuosity and a depth of belief in bringing a diaspora of music together. Really have a lot of commonality and the music has a lot of similarities. So how can we see that thread that runs through all of them, come up with a coherent piece that allows all of us to speak together in a voice that is potent and coherent and more powerful than if we were speaking alone.
So, for me, this piece Afro, because there's 7 movements. Each movement represents something very harmonious within this throughout. Within, I ask for how we look at it within those concepts. When me and Winston got together, integrity is the word that I see that I'm very much happy to say that I hear in the music. The integrity of what it is to be a djembe, to be a djembe like this, and to be able to maintain that this music. Musical integrity, not a thing to a lot of people. It gets sophisticated, but a lot of people are great. And this piece represents from the root. Because I mean, look at the tree. You have the leaves, you have the bark, you have the twigs. But that root of it is what makes this tree alive. So the farther it goes, this man is walking. You know what I'm saying? So I am forever grateful for the idea of us coming together to be able to create a piece that has this form of integrity to it. So Afro is, he wrote Congos, is Congos. Congos 2.0, you know what I'm saying? Because it's now we're at a place where we have 2 entities who understand both narratives to move forward. Like, oh, I'm learning this, he does this, I'm learning this, and he does this. We have to follow each other. Now he's older than me, so I'm gonna always treat him like my papa, my elder. But to be able to follow him to ask him questions, and then give my little advice, whatever my little side is, to bring to the table.
It's not little, it's not little,
but it's touching to it shows the integrity of what the man is trying to do within the narrative of jazz. Something maintains a voice.
You know,
It is not segregated.
I actually love what you say there at the end. It's not saying here in South Africa, throughout jazz music, you get this mix of culture, literally in the sense of everyone part of their identity and apply it to the genre and for their culture. But part of the beauty and very much in performing and in the music space is that you kind of get to be born again every time you perform a piece. It's this process, this journey that you put together in thinking, putting the music together, stories that you guys tell each other in putting that music together. What was that experience the first time you guys saw it performed live in an audience? What was it like? And how was it different from other performances that you had as part of
Complex. So we struggle to make all the transitions, get everything together. Even now, yesterday, person going over the transition between the boogaloo and the 2/3 clave and the boogaloo in the church. It's complicated. So there's a lot of energy, but I like what you said about every time you do a piece, it's different. Every time we play something different, we improvise it. But also because it's so concentrated, when you have really difficult parts to play. I mean, I wrote the horns and all, and I'm messing my parts up. So when we're rehearsing, I'm going over the music. I sit down to play my trumpet part. You know, I got recorded some of them playing so I can work on my part and play it correctly. It's very concentrated. It's not easy. So,
What makes it really crazy is that they're wrapping these phrases around Jimmy phrases and Ogonu phrases and Iyayu phrases and Saba phrases, all these folkloric instruments. They are playing these parts because a lot of times people say you do this and we do this. But to be able to understand how the movements of the instrument goes within another vernacular and unify them,
right.
it's something. It's special. So I remember one of the greatest things. We were just talking about this the other day when we played at UMass, when we featured at UMass. The whole show represented, for me, spirit takes over everything. And if spirit takes over everything, and the emotional right of spirit of what happens at the moment, the music will lead the way.
Yeah.
And as long as I can see him and we eye contact each other, no matter, it's like his understanding of music, and no matter if it's folkloric music from any genre, or any area, any time period, his understanding is this. It's unmatched. You would have to skydive to find another person that understands it.
He being too kind.
No, it's just true. I mean,
But we're serious about it. It's nothing to work 20 hours a day. I'm not exaggerating. To write and get all the parts down. It's not we're up day and night. Like
4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock.
we are-
Time differences.
It's complicated.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
So your collaboration really does bring together such deep musical histories. You talk about this blend that you have helped create for Afro. I want to know, what were the surprising moments in the discovery of creating this blend? Because this suite, I look forward to hearing it at Joy of Jazz. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I feel that there is so much more of a spiritual connection that was trying to be established in this collaboration. What was that surprising moment when you were in the studio making this?
We weren't in the studio making it. We're just in a house writing the music and talking about it. But it's what he was saying. The master that I work with on Congo Square, Yakubadi, he was about 20 years older than me.
Yeah.
And I'm 20 years older than Weedy. And the master would learn some things from me, but I was learning from him.
Yeah.
And now I'm learning stuff from Weedy. And the thing is, the level of seriousness, the master was serious. So if you're not serious, there's no room. And with Weedy, for me, the shock was just when he came. I was in Scotland at the time. We was talking on the phone, and but when he came, it was only 3 days. We were working on a lot of music, but it was so natural. It's like our families are connected. It's a spiritual thing, and it's a lot of work with it too. But it just we have that cycle. It's in the families, and something we were trying to do, and something Yakub wanted to do.
Yeah.
And he's passed away now, and it's something Weedy's father did and wanted to do. There's something his mother did and wanted to do. It's what my father wanted to do, bring people together with the music. And now we have the opportunity to come together in this time. And he's such a great virtuoso. And he's so serious about it that I couldn't believe it. I mean, just most of the time, the level of seriousness is not on a certain level. You know?
Yeah.
But trust me, it was a revelation for me. And it gave me a lot of energy because then we had a lot of work to do in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
But
we get sometimes at night. I would tell my family. I said, I didn't speak to them today, and I would be doing all the others. I would wait a minute. I was like, I have to stop. I stopped that. I mean, I was mid-interview one time. I said, okay, we have to stop this. I have to call somebody because I'm invested into this music, not just because it's a great piece. It's the piece. It's sometimes God gives you what you ask for. You don't know how it's going to happen. And for me, this was something that was spiritually given to me. It's a blessing for me. This is me. It's a omen from my mother to my father, grandfathers, great uncle.
Yeah.
And for me, it's bigger than this pieces.
Right.
This is a true part of a continuum of longevity.
What expression do you want people to take away as they're listening? Where do you want to what space do you want to take them to?
There's many spaces, and I never presumed to say anything that a person should. I remember first time I went to Japan, I was 19. We were playing, man, the people were real quiet. So I had a friend that I had met my same age. I said, man, what, the people don't like the music? He said, we are listening. So there you go. I don't presume that we all take different things from. All we can do is put what we put into it. And with music and stuff, you don't know you're putting in it. That's in it. It's the spirit is in the.
I mean, the spirit of the music. I mean, if anything, we come in this truth. If anything, it's the spirit that's within the music that makes the entity what it is. So for me,
And
I
it's
can't
real.
tell you. I can't say what to feel. I just pray that you leave there better than what we all was before. Because we pray when everything comes out. We try to stay alive.
We try to play our part.
Yeah.
So in wrapping, I'm just gonna ask you a final question, but say that everything you say speaks to a phrase that I remember in my native language called memoria, which is spirit. And I just want to conclude because this is the Joy of Jazz festival that you're here for, and I wanted to know, going up on stage, it commences today. What are your expectations for the South African audience? You've been here before. We're not going to be quiet. I can guarantee that for sure. But what are your expectations coming to play in South Africa?
I don't have an expectation for an artist. A lot of different people. People live very different. Even though our lives are connected, though we are many, we are truly one.
Yeah.
But I don't. I'm there to provide the music and be a vessel for the music and to play with my fellow musicians and for us to try to come together and create kind of sacred space.
Yeah.
I don't presume to know what any audience member or an audience, but maybe we may have a different.
The Baba said it. That's exactly it. The Baba said it. JT. That's it.
Yeah, our job is to deliver the message, not to assess how it's received.
You guys are absolutely spectacular messengers, and we're so grateful to have had you here. Now, we have to let you go. It's so hard, but we have to let them go. But we can't let you go without giving you some mementos to remember us at the Mail and Guardian and the Born Free Network with. So we have here some merch. Now, it's not as fly as the fits you guys are wearing, but it is our small token of saying thank you so much for being with us here at MNG and Born Free. And we're also going to send you away with our unique piece that we've made for Joy of Jazz in South Africa. And so for your reading pleasure,
Thank you.
and thank you so much for coming and giving us your time. And for all of you watching, we will be back with more guests. Stay tuned. And please, if you haven't gotten your tickets for Joy of Jazz yet, get it now. You do not want to miss the performances happening.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Mail and Guardian, Joy of Jazz, and Born Free Network. We are continuing the conversations. We are making more and more strides to have some of the best stars and artists performing at Standard Bank Joy of Jazz join us here today. And we have what I think we can say a multidisciplinary star joining us today. Kumo, I believe you ought to do the intro because there's a connection that I am not privy to.
I mean, spanning from music to artistry to acting, just a full catalog, a full list, working with so many great artists, and now gracing the stage right here in your home country. KB, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm absolutely happy. I'm so happy you're here.
I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
I want to start this conversation with this event, what's happening today, because I think jazz music has a very interesting relationship in South Africa. We've exported so many greats. We continue to show that we are part of the culture. We decide what the culture is, and we dictate to everyone to some extent that South Africa can still do it. being a part of that space, what has that been like for you, and what do you feel about today?
I think it's been a great journey. I've been in the industry for about 25 years, and I think even just being able to still be performing in great stages like today's one, like the the Joy of Jazz. Just like you say, just symbolizes the quality, I guess, of music that we as South Africans produce, that we put out there, and the longevity that it has, the impact that it has on younger generations that are also interested in the industry, and that's appreciated continentally, internationally as well. And just being on the Joy of Jazz stage for me is I feel like a little kid in a candy store. I'm so excited about it. It's one of the stages that I've been wanting to grace my entire career, and just being here, I'm excited. I'm looking forward to my performance tomorrow night. And yeah, I hope that you guys will enjoy it.
No, of course, of course. I mean, I think one of the unique opportunities that come in having something like Standard Bank Joy of Jazz is that we get an opportunity for South Africans to engage not just with local talent, but international talent, and see just how unique the blend that we're able to brew in this country is. And so, you've been in this space, what's been the overarching discoveries that you've seen in collaborating with South African artists? You interact with these people. I really, I'm somewhat jealous. I want that sparkle. That special shine. What do you find unique about South African art when you're contrasting it with the global offering?
I think it's our approach to music, our rhythm is different. The infusion of our different cultures, like in Botswana, so I infuse it into my music a lot, which makes it extremely unique. And yeah, just the rhythm, the way we approach it, I think is great. In the different languages that we speak, the more we infuse that into our work, the more unique it sounds, and the more appreciation it achieves, because people then like that, sort of different texture that we bring. But I think it also allows us to appreciate other cultures as well, other countries as well that participate in the Joy of Jazz specifically, different people that come from different countries, what they're bringing to the table, what they're bringing on stage. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to seeing as well and experiencing. It's not just South African, but what other artists are bringing onto the stage as well.
Yeah. So, there's always an inspiration, I find, for people who come to not just grace the stage in performing art, but grace the stage also in music. I want to know, who were the standout artists that you looked up to when you were still coming of age in the space?
Well, I mean, I grew up in a household that played Mele Tambuli, that played the kaifas. My parents played like different types of music, but I think that the music into the kaifas and Mele is the one that had the biggest impact. And then also in that R&B era, we had your Mariah Carey's, your Boys Together. So my music has a huge R&B influence as well, 90s R&B. Yeah. And that's what that's what I keep infusing into whatever it is that I write, that I compose, that I produce currently.
Now, I can attest to the fact I grew up on R&B at home. 90s R&B.
90s R&B, yeah, it's very different.
So, no, it's, I don't want to get controversial, but I feel like it is the best era of music.
Like that too.
But that's personally for me, because I think that there's quite a lot of what we draw. We draw quite a lot of inspiration from our personal experiences. But I'm going to throw back to Kumo for the next question.
I think, and there's so much I want to ask, because your journey and just the CV, it's packed. There's a lot that's happening. But I think I want to ask a more human question. I think a question that people don't ask very often. Do you still get nervous?
Always. Even now I'm nervous. Tomorrow. And it'll be once just before I go on stage. Always. And it's just because this means so much to me. You have people that take time to come and sit down and watch you and listen to what you have to say. And it's something that I forever appreciate. As I mentioned, that I've been in the industry for so many years, and to still have people just come and watch watch you and listen to you. Even people who know your music. It's not people that watch you for the first time. So it's people that have supported you over the years, and they still take the time to come and just sit down and listen to what you have to offer. I take that so serious. It means so much to me. And every time I go on stage, I want to make sure that I'm giving them a strong performance. I'm giving them something that's extremely meaningful, that's even better and a deeper experience than what they had previously. They've seen before.
And there's a lot of messaging that comes out in music, and there's a lot of messaging that goes into music. When you've thought about just the process that you've been through in producing albums and being part of that process from ideation to completion and seeing it come together, where do you draw inspiration from? And also, in drawing your inspiration, or not necessarily where do you draw your inspiration from, because I think you've given insight to that, but particularly like when you are in that space, what's the thing that's driving you? What's the thing that's motivating you? Because I mean, art in and of itself, the process is a very long one. And sometimes you're not sure if you're on the right track. There is that moment where you're experimenting and you're like, this could work, it might not work. What's the thing that gives you the certainty to say, I'm very happy with this project and I'm happy with it being completed and now being sent out into the world?
I take a very organic approach to producing new music. So if a song doesn't excite me, I don't put the album at all. I don't continue with it. So what I do is I write. I take quite some time in producing new music. It can take me a year, it can take me 2 years just to, go through it and experience it and make the changes that I need until I feel like I think the song is ready. But if I don't get to a stage where I feel like I'm totally convinced of the song, it doesn't make the album. It's a formula that I started with from my first album, Beautiful Vibrations, and I still maintain the same formula. If it doesn't move me, I don't put the album.
So balancing television, theater, and music is no small feat.
No, it's not.
How do you keep the energy flowing? How do you keep yourself forward and rooted in this brilliance? How do you do it?
I think I don't even know, but I find that when I get into a space, any of the spaces you mentioned, the excitement, it's almost like I feel like a new artist, like it's my first time in this space. So, for example, I'm currently on a show called Genesis, which is on Mzansi, and when I go to Genesis, I feel like, oh my gosh, I feel like I just got here and I'm here in the industry and so on. And then they say, job, just I'm like, oh my gosh, it's exciting. So every time, it's almost like it's a reset button. But I think really my biggest drive is the love that I have for the industry. There was a time when I thought I could walk away from the industry, but I've come to realize that there's nothing I'd rather be doing with my life than, being an artist and occupying the different stages, different platforms, collaborating, experimenting, and just creating memories for audiences and listeners out there.
Yeah. Creating's changed over the couple of years, but also over the last few decades. We went from creators very much having to be themselves to now creators being able to create themselves online and everything. Have you ever engaged the world of having to be a creator, having to be online and social media? And what's your experience been there? But if it hasn't been the case for you, what do you feel that space is going to do for many young and up-and-coming artists?
Initially, I struggled a lot with social media because I come from a space where you do the work and you let the journalists talk about what you do. You know what I mean? Not even in a bad way, but you allow somebody else to do that, to tell your story for you. But now it's almost like you have to tell your story while you're telling the story. So it's like you have to occupy two different spaces at the same time. And I think it's a space that I'm still trying to figure out. But I do see the opportunities that it's created, especially for artists and also independent artists, because it's given us the platform to decide who you are and how you want to be positioned out there, how you want to position yourself out there, to also be in touch with your audiences. We call it the fourth wall. You're able to break the fourth wall. You're able to communicate with your audiences, with your followers in real time. So that's really been amazing. For future generations, I think so far, I mean, I'm even admiring what young people are doing with social media, the things that they get up to that don't even require half as much. I'm going to use the word loosely, work. as we have done over the years. So somebody doesn't need to be KB. You don't need to have been in the industry for 25 years, but it's just about the creativity and being able to, be experimental and adventurous. And it's something that I've come to admire in young people, and I must say, learning quite a lot, from what you guys are doing with social media. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you. The AMA 2000s, we're doing our thing. We're changing up the landscape.
You absolutely have.
But speaking about landscape, currently the landscape of the South African creative art space is changing, and as it changes, there are stories that are important to tell, expressed either in film, theater, or music. What in your assessment are the stories that are important to tell now?
I think any story is important to tell as long as it's got authenticity to it, because I think the most important thing is the genuineness in what you're telling.
Yeah.
I think, sometimes the older generation kind of is a little bit too critical of the younger generation for what they want to express and how they want to express it. And we feel like, every generation is called a lost generation.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's absolutely okay to tell whatever story, as long as it's authentic to you and it speaks to you and it means something to you. Then anybody else who doesn't have the same experience can just learn from you and be inspired by it. Yeah. You don't have to conform. You don't have to be forced to stick to any pattern, any routine, any mold, any template. Just tell your story as long as it's authentic to you.
Yeah.
I'd be curious, what would you say your story is then?
Oh wow, what a question!
You're on the
Oh my
network.
gosh, what I say my story is, I don't know how to answer that. What would you say your story is? How would you?
I think my story, like many stories in South Africa, I think is one that's filled with a lot of confusion and a lot of trying to understand the world and trying to fit into a world that technically is ever evolving.
I hear you. Okay.
And I do believe, to some extent, I also believe my story has been learning about the world outside of me.
Yes.
So it's engaging older audiences, engaging young people, and just asking them, what's the thing that makes you tick? What's the thing that makes you drive? And that's the joy of life.
Okay, I get you. I think then in that sense, my story has always been about the same experiences that you have and that you've seen, but the decision that I'm going to create my own answers for the questions, so that one doesn't spend their entire lifetime in limbo, sort of trying to define from the outside in, but trying to define from the inside out. And that's why I'm saying that as long as it's authentic to you, it will inspire many other people who are in the same situation as you to say, maybe that's what I should be doing, because I think that our voices are just as important. And as South Africans, we have spent most of our lives listening or being told who we are. But I think we live in a time where we tell people who we are, and we've seen it in our music. We've seen it every time we've done something that's uniquely us. We've seen people appreciate it because it's different, it's unique. You asked about uniqueness. So I think that's my story. Every time I have a question, becoming an answer to that question.
That's extremely powerful. And
a deep answer got responded. A deep question got a deep answer. I think that's the perfect way to phrase it.
And Saturday night, you're calling to those answers once again. You are stepping on stage. You are taking a moment and taking your time to really show a piece of yourself, a piece of your heart, your identity. What has that process been like? Because we always, as the audience, get to see finished product.
Yes.
We clap at the end of an hour. We say, "Whoop, we're going home."
Yeah.
There's rehearsals. There's putting together which songs are going to come together in what order. What's been the best of that process so far? What's been the most frustrating, and how has that process been for you?
Well, the most frustrating has been, like you say, I have 6 albums, 7 now. So determining which songs I'm going to perform and which ones I'm not going to perform, that's always frustrating. But also, and making sure that the performance doesn't sound cluttered and all over the place. the most exciting one, just finding that, grounding myself in a space where I say, you know what, deep down I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do. I know how I want to be experienced on the night, and not overthinking it,
Yes.
and just going with that flow. Yeah.
That's such an incredible answer. But we have to wrap up. There are so many other publications that want to talk to you. They're telling us we must wrap up. But I want to conclude with this question. And that is, so looking forward at Saturday, you've spoken about what inspires, what people are going to hear, but what can your fans expect? Give us a little bit more.
More.
Yeah.
Just come tomorrow. Why do you want more? No.
No,
Well,
we grew up on those, have some more.
Absolutely.
So we want to have some more.
Old classics that everybody loves and enjoy, and have laughed and enjoyed over the years. So definitely Babosadi, Al Musica, Rapid Fate, but also some new music that a lot of people haven't heard yet. I think would be an amazing opportunity for me to present the new songs from my album called Kiabi. But yeah, just a great time on it.
It's just last quick one. You spoke about the process creating new music. Seventh album, which is in discussion. It's a public knowledge.
Yes.
Who are you creating for when you're creating those albums?
A good question. Ne? So before, it used to be about the trends and being up to date and coming up with something fresh and big and new and this and that. But like again, I've just gone back to basics to say, how does the song look in the video? And I love writing timeless music. And I feel like if a song is good, it doesn't matter what the genre is, any age group will appreciate the song. For example, I have a song called El Musica. It was written and released in 2005. And today, when I perform the songs, I'm a 2000 love the song.
Yeah.
But even the younger generation loves the song. And so I still stick to that formula of just have good music. People are what's the word? People are experimental enough to appreciate something because it doesn't matter the tempo, it doesn't matter the category, it doesn't matter the genre, as long as it's a good song. That's my approach. But it is tricky. The more music you have, the more tricky it is to come up with newer music, because you're thinking, is it going to be better? Should I be doing this at all, or should I just stick to what I have? So it is a bit of a tricky one.
Thank you for this. This was fun. I think in the short time that we did have, I'm excited for tomorrow. I'm excited to see all of it. The journey, 7 albums come together, being selected, you telling your story. And just thank you for what you've done for South Africa. I think you've been a very key moment, and you've meant very different things for very different people. But you've been in the presence, you've been in the eye, and you've been able to give of yourself. And for that, we say thank you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing more, starting tomorrow at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. So for those of you who are watching, those of you who are listening, get your tickets. You do not want to miss what music you're going to be hearing tomorrow and tonight and Sunday. So get your tickets. They're available. And please, this is one Standard Bank Joy of Jazz you want to make sure you don't miss. Now stick with us. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more guests. Welcome back, Born Free family, to the Mail and Guardian. We are here in partnership with the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, and we are bringing you an exceptional lineup of talented artists that you can expect to be hearing from starting tonight all the way up until Sunday with the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. Today, we are joined by an artist of whom really I don't think much needs to be said. Carl, we want to welcome you onto the Mail and Guardian Born Free podcast, and we want to welcome you to Standard Bank Joy of Jazz.
Thank you very much.
It's a spectacular occasion to have you here.
Thank you.
I wanted to first start with the question of, is this your first time in South Africa? And if so, what are your expectations, you know?
It's not my first time. I actually been here many times. So I have high expectations because I always enjoy being here. And so far I'm having a great time as always. So I'm really happy to be back. I think I've been at this is probably, I think, the third time at this festival, but I've been to other festivals and stuff also earlier. Yeah. So I think I was here the first time in 2007 maybe or something like that. Yeah.
No, the South African jazz palette for jazz has not depleted. I can guarantee you that you're going to see quite an audience enthused and ready. What can your fans expect at this year's Joy of Jazz?
I think they can expect to hear some high energy music and also a lot of nice or cooler vibes, and I think I would dare to say quite some spiritual music from our side. Yeah.
That's absolutely incredible. I think people often forget the deep spirituality that exists, especially when in the South African context, when you're listening to jazz music, high energy music, low pace music. There's a deep connection that we try to establish there. But I want to toss you back to my co-host Kumo, who himself has questions for you. Kumo.
Okay.
Carl, I think your story is very interesting. You moved a lot around the world.
Yeah.
How has your experience being around the world influenced your music and contributed to the way in which you play your music and the way in which you engage your music?
Well, that's a good question. And I think I learned a lot of stuff in all places I've been. And I don't know if I can say what I learned where or anything, but I think meeting new people, hearing new musicians, meeting or experiencing cultures that you're not used to, all that is very just good for your musical growth. And I mean, basically, I think you grow as a human being when you are exposed to a lot of different things. So, you know, that is, I think, the best answer I can give to that question.
I want to go further back, a lot more into your history, your childhood. When did you first recognize that music was something that you wanted to do? And what specifically were the musical influences at that time during your early childhood?
I started playing piano when I was maybe about six, 7, something. And I can say that was something that I did that I really wanted to do. Probably I was told to do it, but I actually thought I have no memories not liking it. But when I was 9, I told my parents that I wanted to play the saxophone. And I think that I had seen somebody in a symphonic band in a church, sitting in the front row playing on a shiny alto saxophone. And I thought, that's what I want to do, you know?
Yeah.
And my parents were kind enough to get me an alto saxophone, so I started playing. And I took 2 or 3 lessons, and I knew about this summer camp for kids going to play like in an orchestra. And I told my parents I really want to go to this camp, and they said, "Yeah, but maybe you should wait till next year. You only had 3 lessons, and you're only 8, 9 or." And I said, "No, I want to go," and they let me go. So I went to this camp. And I think I remember at least that the first day on the rehearsal, I thought when we played, all the kids played together, I felt like I'm the only one that understands this. The other ones, they don't know how to do it. Probably not true, but that's actually how I felt. I don't know if that's good or bad. But that's how I felt.
Well, I mean, looking at where you ended, it seems like it ended up being very true.
Yeah. But it was more like just like a fun memory, and I sort of, and I think I realized very early that I find music and playing music being a very social thing. And I don't think it's that much fun to do it by myself, like practicing. I mean, of course, I need to practice, but it's very, very much about the social thing to be playing the band with other people.
One of the things that I think we always underappreciate in the music world, and specifically in the jazz world, is how much people don't appreciate the collaboration that's taking place. Particularly in the places of improv where you're playing with other people, but you're doing your own thing. There's almost this element of self-identity and community that has to be maintained. You've played in many a quartet, many a band. What would you say is the thing that has connected you, and specifically through the music, but also what's the thing that you resonate the most with when you're playing in those environments?
In what environments? Do you mean like
Band environments?
Yeah, I think I really like to to play to make music together with people that of course are bringing their own personal touch and the sound and all that, and I always try to I just get inspired from doing that. I try to, of course, to be myself, but also connecting and of course reacting to the people I play with. So I want to I want it to be a little different. Of course, when you're playing with different people, you probably get like different impulses and things. So I think that's very what do you say? I mean, uplifting to get that experience to play with different people. And I love to play with the guys in my band here. It's absolutely fantastic.
I want to ask now, you're soon to perform. What's the process been like preparing for this moment? Because we don't always get sight into what an artist is doing, what the background is, how you're selecting music. When you heard about it, what was your first thoughts? And now that you're so close to performance, what are your thoughts now?
I mean, this band, we've actually been playing. It's a long story how we met, but in this constellation and with this music, we've played since 2022.
Wow.
So it's a couple of years, and we have. I mean, the repertoire is growing, but we actually played with this band in Sweden in March, and we played a lot of the music that we're playing tonight and on Sunday. So, and also maybe I brought some new stuff, like 1 or 2 tunes that we have had time to check out and sound check and a little rehearsal yesterday. So basically, I would say that even it's sort of an ongoing thing for the to practice, keep in shape. Even if we haven't played together since March, we've all been playing, but with other stuff. So now we meet here in Johannesburg, and we have a little rehearsal, and boom, and then we play the concert.
Yeah.
The name Abahemo.
Ababemo.
Ababemo.
Yes.
So you see, even in South Africa, we can get tongue twisted.
Yeah.
Ababemo translates to the composers.
No, I think it translates to brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Oh.
According to, I'm not fluent in any South African language, but Unduduso told me that it means brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
And I'm trusting him.
I'm going to trust him as well.
Yeah.
What does the name connect to about the actual process in the co-creation of the music? Like in my head, when I thought the composers, I wanted to know what role each person plays in the actual composition of the music. But now that you say brotherhood, I ask myself, what dynamic does that create in the quartet? Do like brothers, is there squabbling over which specific direction the music should be going, or is there a very close spiritual bond that is created in the music process?
I think it's a close bond, I would say.
Yeah.
But of course, there could always be some arguing
Yeah.
along the way.
Yeah.
But I think I see it or feel it more like it's we have a close bond
Yeah.
and we trust each other. Like I think we trust each other musically and I mean in all ways. But and I think that makes a huge difference. That you know that whatever you try to do, whatever you want to play, you know that the brothers are doing everything they can to make it sound as good as possible,
Yeah.
which is about trust. And I think that's a very important thing in everything, but of course in music.
What's an experience in memory in playing in South Africa that ties you back to the unique playing experience in this country? You know, unlike many countries, I like to think that we have a very rowdy style of enjoying our jazz. You know, people get up, people dance, people get on tables.
Yeah.
We just had guests from the US who said that on their end they played in Japan and people were very solemnly and quiet.
Yeah.
What is it about the experience of playing in the South African?
I think it's very interesting because I notice it as people are reacting to energy.
Mm.
They're not being polite
Yeah.
or following rules
Yeah.
how you're supposed to be on a concert, and that they are reacting very much to energy. And I think that's it's very interesting, and I really enjoy playing for the South African audience, very much so.
So in the set that you're going to be playing
Yeah.
for Joy of Jazz, are there any new surprises that people ought to be gearing themselves up for? You know,
Of course,
you heard it here. Folks.
yeah,
Of course,
of
there will be.
course.
And so putting that in, you know, what was the decision making process like for you guys saying this is what we're going to put out there? You know, this is part of our. In my mind, I think of it as like choosing which of your children you love most.
Oh wow,
In choosing us
yeah.
music to put forward for something like South African Joy of Jazz. What was that process like?
I want to, I want to love all the kids, the same, even if they're different,
Yeah.
So I would say, choosing the music, I just want to play tunes, of course, that feels really good,
Yeah.
that has a vibe, that has a certain or like different energies.
Yeah.
They can't sound the same, all of them,
Mm.
because that wouldn't make any sense if you're only playing tunes that are in the same tempo, the same, all that. So they all have to be a little bit different,
Yeah.
at least. So, and we have much more music than fits for one set. So I'm just trying to also think about what would be a good set for a late night like that, because that's not the same thing as playing in the afternoon.
Yeah.
If you're opening like at midnight, people have heard a lot of music, and you need to catch them immediately. So that's what I'm trying to adapt to them, to the circumstances. So maybe we play another set on Sunday afternoon. Might be a little different, So I guess that kind of things helps me choose what to play. But I could also change my mind on stage.
Yeah.
Of course, we decided we're going to play those tunes, but suddenly I realized, I think we should do this instead, and then we do that.
I love the role that the energy of the room plays in this decision-making process.
Mhm.
And so I want to ask, with a lot of people in the music art specifically, there's always an artist or a group that inspired or initiated their spark for the love of the art and feeds into why they chose to go into it. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What type of music inspired you to go into this area?
When I was a kid, started playing saxophone. I played like in a symphonic band style, but early I had a teacher that was a jazz player who gave me cassette tapes at this time with things that he thought that I should hear. And there was a lot of like different American jazz players. And one of the first that I still love is Dexter Gordon, somebody I listen a lot to, and I still do when I listen to music. But that I think that sort of got me into more of a jazz thing, and then I listened to what might be called like fusion music with like the Brecker Brothers, the Weather Report, a lot of stuff like that that I've also like a lot. So I think over the years I've listened to so much, to so many different styles, and not only jazz. I mean, I like all music. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
So for me now, I think it's really hard to say exactly what made me do that. It's a mix of everything and all like experiences of playing with a lot of different bands and a lot of different types of music. So it's hard to be. I mean, I could sit here for a couple of hours telling you stuff about artists and music that I really like. So it's a huge spectrum of players, and I mean, I also think it's very attractive with music. For me, jazz music that comes from Sweden, for instance. There's a lot of great jazz music historically from Sweden also. And that's something I sort of realized and discovered after I discovered the American music. And I think it's interesting to connect, because I'm me. I'm a Swedish guy, Swedish country boy. That's who I am from the start, basically. And I want the roots, my musical roots, to be heard in my music. That's for me. That's important.
So, funny enough, I came back from Sweden a few weeks ago. I was in Gothenburg.
Oh, wow.
So next time I go, I'm going to get a recommendation from you of
please.
Sweden more broadly, where I ought to be going to hear some of the best Swedish jazz music that I can interact with.
Yeah.
But I want to toss to Kumo for his last question, then we're going to come back to me and we're going to wrap up this conversation. Kumo?
I was reading about your story and how you guys came together.
Okay.
And
it's a good story.
Yes, and you attest to when you guys met, there was almost a familiarity, a recognition that you guys had known each other for such a long time.
It's unbelievable.
What does this moment mean for you when you guys brace the stage? And in bracing the stage, what has it felt like preparing for that moment? Because I think we assume that artists that have done it for a very long time don't get nervous. They don't have the feel, they don't have the thrill.
Mm-hmm.
And for so many artists, they attest to every new performance is a new moment, a new day at life. So when you get to both express such a deep bond that was so genuine in this moment, what does that mean for you? And what do you want people to take away from that?
I just find that whenever we in this group play together, it's like from the first notes that say Introducer plays, it just feels like that everything is focused in the music, and it's a wonderful feeling. It's like you're just getting into the vibe and the connection and the spirit and all that immediately. And I hope and I think people hear that. That's my experience from the gigs and the concerts we have played with this band earlier. That seems like people get touched by hearing this actually, and I'm very grateful for that, because that's how I feel about it.
Definitely. I think the last thing that I'll say before I hand over is, it must be very interesting being at this point, coming back for the third time, or you said third time upon our conversation. What for you do you hope for it to be different? How do you hope for it to be different? And what's the thing that keeps bringing you back?
Hard question. I don't know if I want anything to be different. I just want it to be honest and in the moment. And I hope that people will enjoy it. And as I said earlier, I always enjoyed playing concerts in South Africa, and I have no reason to believe that it's going to be different after this weekend. So I'm quite sure I happily come back again. So
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. So actually, we've run out of time for this interview. But what I want to say is thank you so much for coming on to the Born Free Network.
Thank you.
We have here a nice takeaway gift for
Oh,
you.
thank you.
It's our special edition that we made for this Joy of Jazz and a Born Free t-shirt. And we will also be giving you for all of the band members. So this is just for you specifically, so we can say that
Thank
we
you very
gave
much.
on Born Free.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still watching, please don't forget to get your tickets on Ticketmaster for the South African Joy of Jazz Festival happening from today, Friday, up until Sunday. It is something you do not want to miss. And you heard it yourself from Carl here. There will be some new surprises for you.
Of course.
You do not want to miss it. So please get your tickets on Ticketmaster for the South African Joy of Jazz, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival happening from today, Friday, till Sunday. And with that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with more interviews for you.
And we are back. We're still here at the Joy of Jazz. We're speaking to the artists, the people who are going to be making the experience what it is. And today we are joined by two knights of the Fisherman's Orchestra. How are you guys doing today?
Thank you so much for the introduction. We're doing really, really, really well. We're super happy to be here. We're super happy to be playing in South Africa, the tour, but first of all, at the Joy of Jazz Festival.
Yeah.
Thank you. We feel very welcome. We are in a good energy, and we looking very forward to experience the festival and see the country out.
Yeah. I mean, this conversation is going to be very interesting. I think first time in South Africa, that's going to bring a new audience, a new energy, people doing completely what they are. How do you prepare for a first? Because we know of people who have been able to do it for years and to perform, and I don't think it's fair to say every audience is the same. What has your guys' preparation been coming down all this way, and as you prepared for the tour that you're about to go on?
Well, I think one of the biggest preparation, or which is also like at the core of the music, is this readiness to be in the moment and to interact with people inside of the band, but also with an audience. I mean, yes, every audience is different, luckily, and every audience is great, and every audience gives you just a bit of a different energy, which you can transform into your music. So I guess as our repertoire is quite big and super mobile, but also really diverse, and improvisation is at the core of it, that's the preparation we're going into. We're just super excited to get up on stage and play a gig.
Yeah, I would say we're not prepared for the audience in a special way, but we'll be ready to collect the energy and try to play with that and get infected by the audience if the audience is infected by us. So it's a play together.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting, like we have the opportunity of speaking to people like you guys who are doing it at such a full scale. But sometimes it's the simple things. Do you guys still get nervous?
Yes, of course. Most of the time I'm cool, I'm calm. And a few moments before the gig, when you see the stage, when you see the audience, when you know now it's going to be the start of the show, and if you get ready, then I get nervous. But it's good. It's good for the energy, for the concentration. So I like that feeling.
Me as well. I think nervous, it's a mix between being nervous and excited and having like butterflies in your stomach. But for me, it's always the moments you go on stage, take a deep breath, play your first note, and then arrive at the location or arrive in the music where everything settles down. But also it helps to be playing with a great band where there's a huge amount of trust there for everyone that you get support.
I mean, I want to explore the band dynamic a little bit. There's 9 of you. And from the conversations that we've had off camera, everyone's composing, everyone's contributing to the process, the output, the thing that people are going to hear and love. What does that collaboration space actually bring? And is it more of a family that you guys have created? Or is it more of a group of musicians that are like just sharing ideas all the time?
I would say the family part is because we're playing since 17, 18 years together. Of course, if changing people, there's a group of about 5 or 6 who are in the band still we start.
Which you are one of?
Yes, I'm one of them. It's kind of a family, and it's also when we react to each other or how we work together, it's like familiar, very. And it's also a place where we share our love for this music and our love for different kinds of music, and we try to bring this together. So, not sure if you want to hear or if I answered your question.
No, you did, most definitely.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of all these individuals as well, which is really, really amazing and great. Sometimes also it can be challenging. I mean, having a big band, having a lot of different ideas, finding a way, but also just makes you grow as a band.
Most definitely.
I want to ask a question about musical philosophy. You know, your music is described as having no boundaries between genres. Now, I want to know, how does this freedom shape your creative process? Because this is your South African debut. You know, we in South Africa love to think that we're the jazz connoisseurs of Africa, but I think that's a title owned by quite a few countries on the continent. But I want to know, how does this philosophy of without boundaries, you know, drive what you're planning to debut here for us in South Africa?
I think it's the point that we just, when we compose, when we bring music together, we just make what we want in the moment. So it's possible that I feel when I write a tune, then I feel today like it has to be some rock influence. And another day it may be another influence, and we work this together and we bring it together and then we decide what is it, how do we play it. And so it changes in this moment when we bring the compositions together. And I think that describes a bit this no boundaries, because everything is possible then. I can write a tune in a hip hop mood, bring it to the rehearsal, and I come out with a tune in a maybe rock style or something, because it was growing to this. And we change the styles during the concert. We have different sounds, we have different textures of the music, many different rhythms. Yeah, this whole thing is coupled with improvisation. A lot of improvisation, also free improvisation, and that makes it like everything is possible in the moment.
Yeah, it becomes this really intuitive playground, if you want to, because I think this really deep trust to each other, that we have each other's back wherever you want to go in the moment. Like, I'm gonna follow you and you're gonna be followed, because we have to support each other inside and outside of music. But it's also that you're allowed to be brave, to go out in the extremes. Is it loud, but it can also be super fragile and silent. It can be textured. Like, there's not really a rule to what we're allowed to play. And I think that's what opens up these borders.
I love that, because it speaks to the expressive freedom of music. And that is what people love so much about it. So I want to speak a little bit more about the South African debut, because you're here in Johannesburg with us for the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, which, if you haven't gotten your tickets yet, please go get your tickets. I can guarantee you do not want to miss the Fisherman Orchestra, which will be playing tonight at 7:30. So you better hurry up and get your tickets.
Please.
Please come to our concert.
Please.
You won't want to miss it. But this is just the start. You're starting here in Johannesburg. Then I believe you're going to Cape Town?
At the end, yes. Next stop is Durban.
Next stop is Durban.
Now.
So tell us a bit more about this South African debut tour that you're doing. You know, what are your expectations?
We were talking about the genre definition a bit earlier, and you asked the question that you read a lot of times about the street jazz connected to the Fisherman's Orchestra. And I was explaining that the term, or the terminology of street jazz, comes from that. I think that's true, that first rehearsal you had in 2007, like after the rehearsal, you went straight out to the streets and played your first concert.
This is it was in winter in Switzerland, and it was snowing hard, but we went out in the street and played for the people, and the people were like, okay, what's up with these guys? Both.
And so also on the past tours, this aspect of meeting people, getting together with people, being part of a community was super important. So we're going to play a tour through South Africa, starting here, Joburg, Durban, East London, Canberra. Then we're going to Cape Town, and we're going to play in Bolonga as well. But we're also going to meet people in universities, play together with them, interact, do workshops. So we're just super excited to meet people and interact and play our music, their music, create new music together.
And to have this exchange, the
Yeah.
cultural exchange, the experience of the students or from us, that we can bring something together and both take something out of it. That's the goal at the end.
No, I think that's absolutely incredible, because I think it speaks to what it is we love to do in South Africa, specifically when it speaks to music, because there's so much cross-cultural intersection in our own music expression, not just in jazz, but talking the hip-hop, domestic pop scene here. You know, we talk about the history of South African jazz and its roots in exile, Switzerland being one of those countries.
Louis Molo.
It's absolutely incredible. And so I suppose one of my questions before I hand back to Kuma, and then he hands back to me, because we're going to have to wrap up. So if other two colleagues can join us and talk about this film that's going to be debuting as well. And we're very interested to talk about that. So looking forward towards these cross-sectional co-collaborations, co-creations, do you think that there is room in the European space for more African-infused jazz music?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I think it's also like it's super important to talk about that openness. I mean, it's like this kind of music or arts in general cannot exist by itself. It has to be shared, and it has to be done by people from everywhere, because that's how it's working.
Yeah.
And that's what's making it so interesting. So yes, there's a lot of space everywhere in the world to explore different collaborations, to work together. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Definitely. Kumo?
I think the thing I want to ask in closing is, creating music is such an interesting thing. Playing music, similarly, very interesting endeavors. But what has music meant for you guys in your own personal journey, but also as a collective?
Very good question. I think for me, music is something that has always been there in my life. So as a child, I had this very wish to play trumpet, and I did it for many years, and I had fun. And someday I decided to maybe become a musician and do this. And then you meet the guys, and then you work on your skills, and you work on your music. You develop your style, and then you meet other guys who do the same, and they had the same or a similar way. They at the similar point, they want to make something new with the stuff they learned for years, and then it's a mixture. It's at the end, it's this collective thing. We share our experiences, and it's something new. It's important for everybody. I think that's the point. At the end, we all want to be in the moment on stage. We all want to do our best. We all want to create an incredible moment for us, for the audience, for everybody, and it all leads to this point. Yeah.
I think music for me is a very personal and intimate space where I can actually be whoever I want to be, and where it's it's really just a safe zone where I can explore what I think is interesting, but also who I want to be, what I want to give back out to the world, to people. It's a space where I find acceptance for myself. And I think
That's truly incredible. I think it speaks to why people love music so much, that the soul that feeds into it. We like to know, as people listening, that comes from you, the artist. But we are going to park this conversation here for 5 minutes, for a quick 5-minute break, whilst Elia and Samuel's two colleagues join us to talk about the film that they're also debuting in South Africa. So if you want to find out more about the Fisherman's Orchestra and their South African debut tour, you can find that on bandsintown.com. But why wait for that when they're playing tonight at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival here at the Sandton Convention Centre in Johannesburg? Go on to Standard Bank Joy of Jazz on Google, find the tickets and get the tickets, because I guarantee you, you do not want to miss the Fisherman's Orchestra tonight, 7:30 at Standard Bank Joy of Jazz here in Sandton Convention Centre. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and we'll be back with more from the Fisherman's Orchestra.
We're having more conversations. Now we're speaking to the other two ninths of the Fisherman's Orchestra, and we're speaking about their film. Yes, it's about jazz. Yes, it's about music, but there's a capacity for artistry to exist elsewhere, to exist in other forms, and for expression to truly mean something else. How are you guys feeling today?
I feel
Hello.
good. Hello.
We're feeling extremely good. The weather is getting shiny, and we like the nature here.
Yes.
The plants, of course.
I think I'm also overwhelmed, of course.
I mean, we had the opportunity to speak to other people part of the band. We got insight to your first tour in South Africa. What do you guys hope to get out of this experience? What do you know about South Africa? And what's been of interest to you as you've arrived here and as you're about to journey through?
You know, you heard of our other two colleagues about our tour in South Africa and all the venues and concerts and the music. And in the history of our Fisherman's Orchestra, we always also have this film work with us. I mean, in the beginning, we started up with documentaries about Fisherman's Orchestra on tour. And then after the second film, we found out that this is very, very boring. There's nothing more boring than a documentary of a jazz band on tour. But the first one was good. Then the second one, then we started. We keep going with mockumentaries. You know about fiction documentaries.
Yes.
Totally fiction on the road.
Yeah.
And then we did even a movie in Bolivia with the actors. And now this time we have a carte blanche with Cassandra Schurtenberger, a young filmmaker from Switzerland.
Yes. I don't know what to add.
It's absolutely incredible, because I think one of the things that makes this specific project so incredible is the fact that it's happening during your South African debut. So there is so much room for this to take new form, because you're going to be debuting the film, not at the Stand-Up at Joy of Jazz, unfortunately, but if you go to bandsintown.com, you will find the other venues where the Fisherman's Orchestra will be performing. And there you will see this film project being debuted to the audience there. So tell us a little bit more about how you are intersecting the music with this film whilst you're on this tour. I understand cards are involved.
Oh, yes. So the cards are for people that come to the venues where they play, festivals and schools. So the idea is to have a table or whatever.
Yes.
And everyone is welcome to come and join a conversation about movie and music. And then we have these cards, just empty white cards. And there will be a lot of colors, so people can write on them or color them, draw something that they would like to see in the film or just like to share with me and the group. Also, concerns are welcome.
Yes.
And then let's see what I will do with them. I'm curious.
Yeah.
Yep.
So with the freedom, Thomas, that comes with making this film, and with integrating this with the tour that you're doing here in South Africa, what has been something that, as you are planning all of this, you are saying, I really, really hope that this is the engagement we get? You know, what is the expectation you've had for this? Yeah. We want to meet it, so we want to know.
Expectation is very difficult. You know, we have an idea what it could be.
Yeah.
And we all really talk about and start to shoot, and we planning to make a handful of short movies, but silent movies. Colored or black and white, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
And we will integrate them later into our concert, same as a tune, you know. There's projection of this silent movie from South Africa, and then we play our conducted improvisation to this movie. Perhaps this movie 5 minutes, then we're going back to a composition. You know, it's a really wide range of exploring the Fisherman's Orchestra and the upcoming concerts. I don't know if we're getting ready for a first silent movie on this tour, but for sure when we're back in Europe, they will be part of the repertoire.
That's incredible, because I think for us, because when we're talking to Alia and Samuel, they were talking about the fact that there is also going to be quite a lot of engagement with local artists and local students. So that sort of cross-pollination of the two forms of art from Switzerland and South Africa. So I really look forward to that. But now I want to talk a little bit more about Joy of Jazz, because I think with this, the Fisherman's Orchestra's debut here in South Africa, I want to know, what can people that will be attending expect at Joy of Jazz tonight, 7:30? Get your tickets.
No, it's 6:45, right?
6:45.
Yes, it's 7:45.
Oh, Samuel
At
and
8 o'clock.
Elia lied to us.
At
You heard
8
it
o'clock,
here.
we have to clean the stage, but we are very, very much ready for this.
Yeah.
But we have also the cards in your pocket, so if you catch us on the road, just kick us. Hey, I have a good idea for the movie, and we write it down on the stage. We are completely ready to play. We talked so much, so many interviews now, and so we are very hot to play.
Yeah.
The fire is on.
But I want to know more. Maybe, Cassandra, you can answer this question. So there was talk about the integration of the silent movie with the performance. I want to know, as someone who's a filmmaker, what goes in your mind as you're trying to capture shots that you feel are worthy of putting behind such an incredible orchestra?
So I'm doing music as well.
Yes.
And when I do the shots, I try to think about how could this sound, how should I move, what would be interesting, and then have a moment of surprise. I don't know. I want to try, I don't know if I achieve, but to make the movie like I would compose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's incredible. Kumo, I want to hand back to you, because I've been hogging our two guests because I love what they're doing so much.
It was interesting, you know, as I was reading the story and then I had conversations, 9 composers, everyone contributing to this creative process. Now there's a film being integrated to that. What is your guys' creative process? And when do you guys learn to agree and to disagree? Because I think that...
Agree and disagree.
Because I think in collaboration, there's so many ideas, but deciding on what's a good idea versus what's a better idea is a very hard thing to do. And especially with 9 minds, how do you guys get to a point where you're happy about the product and happy about the output?
What I have to say is, when we get new compositions into the orchestra, we need a lot of time to rehearse. And we have, you know, there's a certain point we have to decide, are we spend more time to this composition or we stop, because it's, hey, we are 10 people coming together and traveling to Lucerne and spending those days for rehearsing, and then we have to make decisions, as you say. And this is a very hard process. I think it's the hardest process of all. It from outside it looks so clean and so proper and so flowing and so everything is going. That's true. That's what we want. But the process behind the scene, when we have to decide, is very unexpected. No, it is just very hard to say, you know, this composition doesn't fit into this set or to the repertoire how it is now. Then the composer perhaps has to work again on it, or we just go on with other tunes. It's a very hard process.
Yeah,
it is very hard to say no, because I'm more a yes man.
I suppose then I ought to ask. So this is called the Space Revolution Tour.
Yeah, exactly.
What is the inspiration behind the name Space Revolution?
Yeah, you know, our tours, they have always something to do with time and space, because when we're traveling and everything is so relative, because now we have no time shift to home, and it's a particularly Space Revolution Tour is because we were talking very long time to come to South Africa. And there was also COVID, and it took longer, and now we are here, and for us it's really a space revolution that we are here. So we're looking forward for the whole tour.
That's incredible.
And
We call it like that. Yes, that's it. Actually, that will be hanging on our concerts when you're catching us. Talk with Cassandra. Yeah.
No, I want to know specifically about the banner because as you're putting it up, I was hearing jingles.
Oh, yeah,
from
really?
the-
Do you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah,
So-
we have jingles everywhere. That's the noise.
No, but I think it speaks to how the Fisherman's Orchestra, your music is known to have no bounds, that it is open to the free creative expression of all of its members in the group. But so I want to know, and this is unfortunately going to have to be our closing question because we're running out of time.
Yes.
I want to keep you forever, but you have to go and play. So as you're going to have the film, you're going to be doing your filming, you're going to be capturing the beauty of South Africa, and you're going to be performing here. What are your what should your fans that will be booking the tickets through bandsintown.com and with Ticketmaster for Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, what should they be gearing themselves up for?
For tonight?
For tonight, for the entire tour.
So, you know, when we get
Maybe I can add something.
Please.
From an outer's perspective. So I know them now for 2 days. I haven't known them before. We just went to the airport and then we spent 24 hours together. And they are just all so different and so warm and hugging. And it's just nice to be with them and experience them. And everyone adds a little bit. And when I heard them rehearse, I just thought, okay, that's just so colorful. I don't know. Maybe now you want to add something as well.
We want just to give the people tonight and on the entire tour those moments on the way. You know, when the music is catching the audience and then there is this moment, and also if this moment is just 5 seconds, very deep, they will never forget it. And that's the best. They will never forget it the whole life long. That's the best thing. They always remember this 5 seconds. You know, everybody has another 5 seconds. That's very relative.
Yeah.
But we want to catch them, like the fishes.
That's absolutely incredible. So you heard it here, everyone. Fisherman's Orchestra will be performing tonight, 6:45, at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz here at the Sandton Convention Centre. If you have not gotten your tickets already, make sure to get them on Ticketmaster.com. But if you want to catch the entire Space Revolution Tour 2025, go to bandsintown.com to find out more about where they'll be playing, when they'll be in your town, and how you can get your tickets. But from us here at the Mail and Guardian and Born Free Network, we are so happy that we've spoken to members of the Fisherman's Orchestra, and we're actually going to send you off with a keepsake. So this is for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Inside, you will find a T-shirt, much like mine, Born Free.
Oh,
and I expect you
Sounds
to
good.
wear it when you come back to South Africa to show us the film, what you'd have recorded.
I
whilst here.
will.
Cassandra, that is for you.
I like
And
Born
the
Free.
newspaper is actually a special edition we did for the Joy of Jazz Festival. And so we encourage you, take this, your keepsake, and when you return, you'll show this at the airport and said, I told you to come back.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you.
Please stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break and we will be back with more guests.
Hey.
Welcome back to Born Free and the Mail and Guardian. We are here with the artists that will be performing at this year's Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival happening at the Sandton Convention Centre from today, Friday, till Sunday. Tickets are still available, and I am guaranteeing you that if you don't have yours yet, you're going to want to get it after you have heard from our guest. Now, we've had quite a lot of talented people on, but I think we might have just topped all of the list of guests that we've had. I am particularly happy to introduce Lakeisha Benjamin onto the Born Free and Mail and Guardian platform. Welcome to Born Free and welcome to South Africa.
Thanks for having me.
Well, how long have you been in South Africa? So long.
I've been here. We got here on the 24th.
On the 24th?
Yeah.
Have you been here before?
I've been here before, but I didn't get to see anything. I came for maybe like one day or two and just left. So this is really my first time being introduced to everything.
Yeah. Is this your first time performing at Standard Bank Joy of Jazz?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. So we have a lot to meet, a lot of expectation to live up to as the South African audience.
Yeah, maybe I have a lot of expectations to live up to. South Africa is one of my favorite places. I used to play in Hugh Masekela band.
Oh, wow.
So, I have a big love and appreciation for South African jazz.
I knew there was something about Lakeisha that I liked. I knew there was something that I liked. So tell us about tonight. Tonight, there's quite a lot of people who love your music that are going to be turning out.
Yeah.
What can they expect? Are there any surprises that you're going to be churning out for the crowd tonight?
Tonight I kind of, because I love South Africa so much, I did a special kind of a program for you guys. So I'm going to be playing some of my normal music. Everybody will be dancing, partying. We're going to have rapping, funk, soul, jazz. But I'm also going to invite some of my favorite South African artists up. So I'm going to have Zoe Modiga come, one song with me. I'm going to have Nduduzo come, and I'm going to have Osteva come.
Oh, wow.
To show the collaboration of American jazz, South African jazz, and how much it means. So we'll have half of the program maybe just of me doing my thing, going crazy, and then I will start to invite up so we can see how we work together.
That is incredible. And so I already know which stage I'm going to be parking myself at the Joy of Jazz. But I want to hand over to Kuma for the next set of questions.
I think just that, right? The collaboration that comes through jazz music is such a beautiful thing. What do you remember of your first moments playing with it?
Playing in general?
Just playing in general. Oh.
For me, I started out more like not in school, more in the street, So I grew up with a lot of like Latino culture, merengue, salsa, dancing, partying. So my first shows were, we just set up a band in the middle of the street. They're cooking food and the people are dancing, and it's our job to keep them dancing and keep them partying all night. So I learned early on, that's the goal. The goal is to communicate with the people. It's not really about the intellectual side of the music. It's about how you're making people feel. So as you're growing your talent, to remember the people first.
Take me through that feeling, because I know for many artists, it's about creating that feeling for the audience, but we never get the insight into how the person performing the music is feeling. What do you tap into? Where do you go when you're preparing to put on such major performances?
I think you have to tap into your spirituality, You've practiced enough, you worked on everything, so you have that somewhat under control, and now you're just giving it over to the creator to do what you're born to do, I try to surrender to what the goal of the night is. Instead of doing what I want to do, let me see what the room is calling for,
That's a very interesting take, because I'd be curious to know how much of you feels like you're in control in that moment, and how much of you is very much just accepting of the moment happening and you just appreciating and experiencing it with everyone else.
The first thing you have to learn as an artist is vulnerability. That you don't have as much control as you think, but at the same time, you have all the power. The audience is looking to you. Are you smiling? Are you happy? Are you, they're feeding off. When they come tonight, some may know me, some may not, but they're going to learn from what I show them. So that's the first thing, to make sure that you are vulnerable enough to show all of yourself so they can know your story.
I mean, a question I've been asking all the artists is, do you ever get nervous, and are you feeling nervous for your performance?
I'm nervous right now.
Really?
I think if anything matters, you should feel some type of tension and release. You know what I mean? That's kind of the way the music goes. You feel the tension, you get on stage, you release. So, because like I said, South Africa means so much to me. The audience means so much to me. They come here, they're spending their money, their time. Some people, you don't know what they have, but they don't have. So you give them the best that you can give them.
And for people who don't know your story, don't know your journey, what was your introduction to jazz music? And who were the fundamental players who actively played in curating that environment where you could actively engage it, but also feel as though one day you could be a part of it?
It moved around because I'm not a person that likes only one style, you know. So yeah, you could say for the jazz, I had Clark Terry, Duke Ellington, Mingus, John Coltrane, Kenny Garrett. But like I said, I've also loved Hugh Masekela. I've also loved Marcus Miller. I've also loved James Brown. I've also loved Sly and the Family Stone. I've also loved Juan Luis Guerra. You know, so I think the ability to be open to learning someone's culture and playing it authentically, and then moving off. You know, you cannot play a music until you understand where the people that have the music, what they're going through. So I think if you can commit yourself to that, then you can start to branch out, and collaboration becomes easy. Because when you see somebody, you really see them.
Oddly enough, I think the importance of understanding there that you've pointed out to is something that we tend to underappreciate and undervalue, because we never consider how much an artist has to go through in terms of, firstly, one, learning about somebody else's culture, but then feeling confident enough to put it on and play it on stage. What's been your journey with that exploration of culture, identity, and how these things tend to intertwine and mesh? But also, how has that expressed itself in your music?
I think just as Black people, our music is cultural first. So that's how we think of it. So it's other cultures that may have a hard time realizing that you're playing something that maybe you don't own. So for me, I'm always coming from a respectful place because that's what I've been brought into. That's what I've been ingrained in. I don't try to play Dominican music without understanding what are they eating, where are they going, how their people get to New York. You know, so for me, that's a crucial factor of understanding the joy that they have behind it, you know?
Your performances are known for their incredible physical energy and joy. You know, you mentioned in your article with, I think it's called Post Genre, that your whole being is engaged in the performance. I want you to get that quote because I feel it to be so true about so many artists that connect with people. Where does that visceral connection to that music come from?
You know, that's a good question. I think it's, some people have it, some people don't. You know, some people, if this is what you're born to do, if you're born to communicate, if you're born to be a vessel, you just have to be very open to it. You have to be very open to, like, you know, some people, they say in love, they love hard. You have to play hard. You know, you have to be all engaged for the moment in that time.
Wow. I love that answer. Can I just say, I love that answer. And so looking forward now, you say you're also going to be bringing on so many other artists to integrate, create this intersection between American jazz and South African jazz artists. What was it when you were thinking about these artists that you're bringing, when you're listening to them or you discovered them for the first time? What was that initial connection like? What was that initial reaction like for you? What prompted you to say, come?
Besides the fact that they're incredible, I feel South African musicians, they play hard. They play with a fire and a cry in their sound that I don't think the world recognizes or sees as much as other musicians maybe can see and tap into. When I first heard Zoe Modiga sing, the way she's communicating, the way she's able to articulate and be in the moment, the way Induduzo, his love for spiritual jazz, and they have a special connection that I feel that I have. You know, who knows, back to wherever I started from, you know, but I feel it's important to engage artists that are on the same page and on the same level, and for us to come together and to show people what it's like when you actually put something like this together. You know, a lot of artists, they're going to come from America, they're going to come from whatever, Brazil, they're going to come from Australia, Canada, they're going to present their music. But to me, there's no bigger respect than to present your music, but then to also show the people what's possible in their own place, what the talent they have right there that can continue, because we're all going to leave. They will be here. And it's important to highlight, if you're in somebody else's home, what they have right there.
That was deep. I'm not going to lie, that was incredibly deep. I don't even know how to respond to that. I guess to say, there seems to be such deep philosophical reasoning that you bring towards your music.
It's deep, but we're gonna party. That was my goal. My goal was to get down there and party in this, whatever convention center you have. We're gonna turn this place upside down.
We call it a goal. We're gonna jaw.
We're gonna
tonight.
jaw.
We're going
That's
to
what's
jaw.
happening. That's definitely what's happening.
Okay, so looking forward, so post South African Joy of Jazz Festival here brought by Standard Bank. Shout out to Standard Bank for facilitating this festival.
Mhm.
Where do you see an integration for South African music in the American jazz landscape?
It's everywhere. If America's having problems right now, but if they can get past that, there's a if any. You know, sometimes artists are not open-minded. They are focused on self, my career, my future, my music. It's a very me world. But I've always been in all of my albums collaborative because I feel that that's just the way it is. And if they can just look, I mean, Lincoln Center has an Africa program that they're bringing. I have not heard it, but I heard that it's positive. But I think the world is dying for collaboration between South African and American jazz musicians with the ones that are really powerful. Not just the ones that the music in their head. I think if you were to release something like that, it would take everybody by storm. Just the joy in it, the dance in it. Your festival is called the Joy of Jazz. There's no festival in America called the Joy of anything.
Kuma, I'm gonna throw to you for the second last question because we're running out of time, unfortunately.
I think it's been interesting speaking to you because I see the multicultural background that you've lived in, being in a Dominican Republican community, and how that's opened your mind to just appreciate every culture, every community that exists. When you think about your music and when you think about how that's expressed itself in and of itself, how does that appreciation translate into something that you've fallen in love with, that you've been able to say is your own and is something that you identify strongly with? Because there is an element of your own self and you telling your understanding of these cultures and these stories in a way that speaks not only to you, but to the community, and how those two things come together.
I mean, the more you understand others and why, where they come from and everything, the more you understand yourself. Because you grow a confidence. If I've learned all the traditional jazz, if I've learned all the old school funk, if I learned all the Motown and all the rock and roll, now I have a strong base. So as you're venturing out and doing things, you feel strong because you know. It's almost like if you're an athlete, you're training every day. You're playing basketball. When you get to the final championship, you feel ready in the head. You're not thinking so much, what should I do? You're able. So I think the discipline and the preparation can get you far. And then you have to just, it's your personality. You can only play your personality. Some people are not open-minded. Some people don't want to meet any other culture. They don't want to meet anybody else. They want to stay with their people. And, you know, to each his own. But to me, the world's a big place. And we might as well enjoy each other.
So looking forward, you know, Joy of Jazz is happening now, but ends on Sunday. Unfortunately, I wanted to go on forever, but we can't have this much fun compacted into forever. Where do you see the landscape going from here? You know, the world is obviously in a transitional place. It's crazy, but you often find that actually fuels quite a lot of the artistic discovery that lets artists go wild, you know. Where to from here for you?
I mean, the world's transitioning backwards. We're like in a retrograde.
Oh my God.
But the positive things about retrograde is good art always reflects the times. So if you look back to some of the most troubling times in the world, the art was always pure. It was always strong. It was always powerful. It was rebellious. It was vibrant. It always had the voice of the youth. So whenever you have times where people are in despair and leadership is lacking, you're going to have music that reflects the chaos. So that leaves room for a lot of innovation in art that may not come when things are stable. So that's the positive I can think of it. Otherwise, just hold on, you know?
It's absolutely, this is so breathtaking as an interview. Before we say goodbye, we need to say goodbye with the keepsake that we give to you. So like all the other guests, we give them a copy of our special edition Mail and Guardian for the South African Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival on. So we're going to give you this, and we're also going to give you one of our Born Free t-shirts, just as a keepsake to say, come back again soon. And if they give you any trouble at the airport, tell them I said you must come back.
Oh no, they'll let us in. I want people to dance, it says.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. Lakeisha Benjamin will be playing at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. I think you're crazy if you don't get tickets to come and watch. So go on to ticketmaster.com. Get your tickets for the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. You do not want to miss it. It is from this Friday till Sunday. The stages are going to be fire. Uzoba late. You understand? So please go on to Ticketmaster, get those tickets, and you do not want to miss Lakeisha Benjamin. You heard how many South African artists will also be co-creating with her on that stage. You want to be there. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back with another guest that will be playing at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. But until then, please stay tuned, stay with us. We have more to come. Hello, Born Free family. Like we said, we are going to have more guests on, guests that are going to have you wishing you bought your ticket for Standard Bank Joy of Jazz if you have not yet bought your ticket. Now, it's happening from this Friday till Sunday. You do not want to miss the incredible lineup of musicians, artists who will be displaying their crafts for you at the Standard Bank Convention, at the Sandton Convention Centre with Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. But we are joined now by one of the most impressive artists that will be playing at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, and that is an award-winning jazz saxophonist, Ghanaian born and US based, Steve Betty. Welcome to the Born Free Network in partnership with Mail and Guardian.
Thank you so much.
This is actually an incredible opportunity for us. I mean, an artist of their caliber. Firstly, welcome to South Africa.
Thank you.
I hope you're having a great time.
Of course,
Yeah.
I'm having a great time. I mean, I came early this morning, and look, just the euphoria, the vibe alone kept me, awake till now. I couldn't sleep because I kept thinking, and people coming to and fro. I was, oh my God, this is gonna be lit.
It's
gonna be lit. So yeah, I'm happy and I'm so grateful to be here.
That's absolutely incredible. So for a lot of the fans, your fans that are going to be going to Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, what should they be expecting?
In fact, one word is gonna be lit, because we've been preparing for this for some time now.
Yeah.
And what we want to do is to give the fans great music, great performance. Okay, we just don't want to perform as artists, but we want also we want to make jazz. So, how do you call it? Joy of Jazz.
Yes.
We want to make it a memorable, this very year's event to be one of the best. Okay, so us coming all the way from Ghana to doing this, I mean, it's gonna be hot.
Yes.
We're not playing. We're serious.
Zashisa.
We're serious.
Zashisa.
We're not playing.
Yo.
Yeah.
No, that's absolutely
So
incredible.
they should expect good music, good vibe, good performance, great music, and I mean, electrifying.
I mean, I can already feel the energy now. Like, I feel sorry for people that aren't going to make it. Like, it's going to be one of those.
They need to be there. What are they
Where were
waiting
you
for?
at? It's going to be one of those. Where were you at?
Get your
events.
tickets, man.
Ticketmaster.com. That's where you're going to get your tickets, folks. But so I want to talk a bit more about the music that you're planning for tonight.
Right.
So, quite a lot of the guests that have come on have said, no, we were looking to actually make it a smooth environment. Others are saying we want to make it enjoyable. Others are saying that we just want to set the room on fire. From you, I'm getting we're going to set the room on fire.
Exactly.
Are there any other artists that you're planning to collaborate with, or are you going to give us the full Steve Betty experience? Exclusive.
That's the right word.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Steve Betty experience. But the truth is, the lineup is fantastic.
Yeah.
From the very first day, I went like, whoa, all these guys on the bill? No, I need to be here. I need to meet every one of them because I would like to collaborate and do great stuff with them because these guys are fantastic.
Yeah.
And having myself as part of this list makes me feel
yeah,
that kind of vibe.
Hey!
When you're among that kind of
the
setting,
vibe is strong.
that's exactly what it is. So in fact, the fans shouldn't expect anything less. It's gonna be great.
That sounds incredible.
It's gonna be great.
I want to toss to my co-interviewer Kumo
What's
for the
the
next
name?
question.
Kumo, right?
Kumo, yes.
Let's get it going.
I've read a lot about your story, and I think it's interesting because you've been able to transcend so many cultures and different spaces. From Ghana to the United States, now performing here in South Africa.
Right.
When you think of your music, what does it tell about you? What story does it say about Steve Betty, the artist, but also how much of it speaks to the person that you are and how you exist in your day to day?
Trust me, my music is all about myself and my journey. I try to make people or the whole world understand through my music who I am, what I'm made of, and what I can do. And in my journey, I've tried so hard to, challenge myself, doing a lot of other things, because there are times that you feel like I can do this. That nobody needs to tell you that go do it. You just know that you can do it.
Yeah.
And when you give it a shot, that's it. You just go like that. And sometimes it's amazing to oneself, like, was I able to do this?
Yeah.
So I feel there are many facets, of my personality as a musician that I would like the whole world to know. So in my music, you see certain titles like This Day, Je t'aime. Je t'aime simply means, I love you in French. And many other subjects that it talks about my life, it talks about my experiences, talks about where I'm coming from. It talks about my hard times, my high and low, times, and me in general. Okay. Nonetheless, it also talks about, places I've been, what I have seen, what my experiences are, and all of that. So it's a collective, kind of thing that resonates through my music.
And I know earlier on you referenced that this has been a long process, putting it together.
Right.
And already I can tell through your music, there's a lot of you in it. So when you think of your stage performances, what particularly is coming out? What are you trying to show everyone? And what are you trying to tell an audience when they're watching you?
I want to tell them about music. I'm not the type that wherever I find myself as a musician, I go into competition. You, the audience, are my priority. Because whatever I do on stage, I'm the first listener. But again, the second listener should be you. But I then stand in between. If I am them, how do I perceive this? How do I receive what Steve is giving? So I don't really look at myself, but I look at the audience. So what I put out, I want it to resonate with the audience. Trust me, there were times that I would have a repertoire for a particular program, but when I'm performing, it's just like it's inbuilt. I would plan it down like, okay, when I see the vibe of the audience, then we can switch to this kind of songs. It's something I do because I want to see how people receive what I give them. If they are being too dull, they are being too, I need to wake them up. I need to do something. So it's just spontaneous. I just do things like that. And I want people to see that, hey, I am here. I'm on the stage. So it's all about me right now. But, it's about you too.
Yeah.
But, wake up. Let's do this together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Energy is such an important thing in the artist space. And it really is the thing that separates great artists from good artists. Because being able to step onto stage is one thing. That's just overcoming that. But being able to understand what an audience is feeling, what they want to listen to, where they want to be is another thing. Over your career and over the journey and your performances, how have you felt that relationship has been developed? And how have you felt you've learned to appreciate the energy which a room can bring?
In fact, I've had lots of experiences. And anytime I perform, I remember when I started, let me just tell you this short story, make it very quick. I performed for the very first time on stage and nobody clapped. That broke me. It broke me. But a little voice, when I went backstage, that little voice told me, hey, chill out, take it easy. The same people who didn't clap today are going to clap tomorrow. So that was something that pushed me. Now, it brings me back to your question. Based on these experiences, I try to give my best and to receive the same vibe from the audience. And when I get that, trust me, it makes me feel happy. It makes me feel that I'm really doing something. It makes me feel that whatever I'm doing right there is achieving its aim. So it's either I do more or I keep it there for a while and try to study. So that kind of give and take thing is what I always get on stage wherever I am. Yeah.
I definitely feel that. I want to look a bit more in your earlier life, in your childhood, because I think it very much speaks to the people that we get to see in front of us today. Who were the mentors that you had in your life? But also, how did they construct your understanding of what jazz music is and what that environment requires? And how have you felt you've taken their lessons, what you've learned from them, and implemented that into what you do today?
I have had a lot of, mentors when I started. A few that I can mention on top of my head, like John Coltrane,
wow,
David Sanborn, Chick Corea, Kenny Garrett, Hugh Masekela, the late Hugh Masekela. He has been, Hugh Masekela, has been a little bit instrumental in my life because I've had the opportunity to perform with him.
Wow.
And learned a lot from him. There was a time that he headlined a show in Ghana called African Legends Night. And, the ex-president, former President Rawlings and co were there. And I was on the bill as well. I had already performed with him on other shows that he did in Ghana. But when I performed, I did a song called This Day. He walked backstage and hugged me after I finished the performance and was like, this is what you got to be doing, Steve. This is what you got to be doing. In fact, my experience with him when I worked with him taught me a lot that I can say right now, And others also taught me a lot. So when you listen to my kind of music, it's more of like a collective, genre. You see, because the vibes are different, but I try to put all of it together in one piece to make people, feel bits and pieces of all these people. I just try to do that, So basically, those things have shaped me. Learning from all these people have shaped me. So the Steve Betty that you're seeing today is not just him alone, but a collective, experience and learning process that got me here and that's made me what I am today.
In your early days, what music was being played around you?
In fact, my dad started listening. I started listening to classical music because that was what my dad, started listening to when I was younger. And then, listening to the Philharmonic Orchestra, playing and all of that. And jazz came later. But sometimes in life, when you get to a stage and something resonates with you, your spirit tells you that this is it.
Yeah.
This is exactly where you want to be. And you just have to be there and grow. So when I started listening to jazz music, I went like, no, this is my thing. This is what I want to do. Even though I have the ability to, jump on any genre of music, but this is where I belong. Because it speaks for me when I'm sad, when I'm happy. I mean, in every way, it speaks for me. Because I do it with my all, with every marrow in my bones. Yeah.
Before I hand you over there to that side, I think the last question I do want to ask, there's a lot of joy you have and a lot of confidence, but do you ever get nervous before you get on stage?
Trust me, it happens all the time. Every great artist will tell you this. It happens all the time. I mean, sometimes you get on stage, you look at the audience, and something just hits you like that. You go like, whoa, am I here? Sometimes you need to tap yourself like, I'm alive, I'm here, I'm doing it, it's happening, So yeah, sometimes I get nervous, but one thing that rings in my mind is that I am the reason why everybody is gathered here within that moment. Not the whole time, but even if it's 15 minutes, they are seated there because of me. So what do? Do I feel nervous and mess up the whole thing, or I should get into my elements and make it happen? Strike it once, because I don't like doing things and then coming back to correct it. So I go for it. So yes, nervousness comes, but you gotta be strong. You know what I'm saying?
Most definitely.
The Lord will be your help. You gotta be strong, and you have to do it. No
definitely.
I'm very interested to know more about your music, because your music is described as a unique fusion, of swing, soul, R&B, and Ghanaian highlife.
Right.
And so I want to know, where do you go for inspiration yourself as a person? We hear stories of people like John Lennon just running away to Cape Cod, locking himself in a cabin for weeks on end, developing his music. Where does Steve find his muse? My
music, trust me, every sound in this world. I've developed to a stage that every sound creates something in my mind. I can hear a glass shatter right now. You might not probably hear it, but it plays notes. I can hear a pen fall right now. It plays notes. Sometimes I just hear things. A song like Je T'aime, which is on my Shades of My Reality. No, it's actually singing. This song, I woke up in the morning and the song played from the beginning to the end. It wasn't that somebody was playing the song, but I was hearing it. The bass line, the melody, the vocals, the backups, everything. Trust me. Immediately, I called my studio engineer. I went like, dude, listen, can we do a song? He went like, we didn't book the studio earlier. I went like, it's okay. Something just came up right now. Let's do this. He went like, man, I said, no, don't do this. Let's record this. I pushed him. He agreed, and we recorded the song. How long did it take you to record the song or to put the song together? I said, it came right this morning, today, and I had to lay it down. So my music doesn't just come from sitting down and cracking my brains wanting to write something.
Yeah.
I can be here, something would happen, and I hear something. Maybe I hear a melody, just a little bit, maybe 4 bars. Maybe I hear a chorus, and my mind will be playing and developing it on its own.
Yeah.
And sometimes I don't even write. While I get into the studio, what comes into mind, I put it there, and it works.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine artist, just listening to the creative process that you're describing. So I want to know, as a jazz saxophonist, looking at how, firstly, jazz looked when you were coming of age in the space and where you are now, where do you see this space moving? Because it's ever evolving, you know.
Right.
Each artist, each era leaves its specific mark and imprint.
Right.
What is Steve's mark and imprint?
This is a very big question. I don't know, because sometimes I might feel like I want to represent myself, you know, where I come from, and do bits and pieces of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like, no, I want to delve into the francophone, you know, style and do something. Sometimes I feel like, okay, I want to go typically jazz, you know, do some swings, and, you know, mix it up with some R&B stuff. So it's like, how do I put this? It's the feeling, what I feel to put out.
Yeah.
But I want people to identify me as a unique artist that is like, can do all genre of music, being reggae, being whatever, mention all of it. And also being very innovative.
Yeah.
Trying to recreate everything I do. I want to do more, do it differently, you know, just to be in the future, create something futuristic. Yeah. There's a song like Destiny on my album. I recorded that song somewhere in 2007 that I started recording that song. I recorded it about 3-4 times. That song was way ahead of time. So people that listened to the song at that time didn't really understand it. But now they've caught up with it.
It's a deep resonance.
Exactly. So it's like the vibe, how I feel. But I just want people to understand that Steve Betty has ever lived.
Yeah.
He was great. He could do anything.
Yeah.
Recreate everything that he wants to do at each point in time, like whatever.
I'm getting a signal that we actually need to start wrapping up. But
Right.
I want to throw the second last question to
Okay.
Kumo, and then you're going to finish with me.
With
because
you. All right.
I want this to continue, guys. This is absolutely incredible. Kumo, second last question to you.
You know, I think there's so much that I've heard, where beauty comes from, the inspirations that you get, how it's all come together. I'm curious to know, what does music mean to you? And what does the art form as a whole mean to you, and art in general? Because I think it speaks so much to your expression, but also your outlook on life.
Music is life for me. Music is basically life. Because I don't know even though I feel like I could do other things, but I don't know what would have happened to me or how my life would have been without music being a part of it or forming a greater part of it. So yeah, it's just what it is. I don't know what to say, but it's just what it is. Music is me. Music is everything for me. Music is my happiness. Music is money. Music is everything for me. Because without that, I can't express myself. Without that, my voice is dim. Without that, I'm not who I am today. Without that, I wouldn't have met Kumo.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So it's everything for me. We can, when we have more time, we can go
Get into
into
it.
that,
Yeah.
and then I will explain stage by stage by what I mean that is everything to me. Yeah.
So mine is a more technical question.
Right.
It's one of where, on what days, and on what stage can people find you at the Joy of Jazz Festival?
I'm performing on the 27th. That's going to be tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
On the conga stage.
Yes.
I think my time is going to be around 9, thereabout.
Yeah.
And guys, find me there on the conga stage at the Sandton Convention Centre. Be there, get your tickets. Ticketmaster, be there and get your tickets. Let's have fun together. It's going to be electrifying. It's going to be lit. Let's have fun together. Don't miss out on this.
You heard it yourselves. Kuzoba late. So don't miss your opportunity. Ticketmaster is working. It has not crashed. The tickets are there. You better go get your ticket because you do not want to miss the star-studded performances that will be happening. You do not want to miss listening to Steve Bedi at the Congo Stage Sandton Convention Centre tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Do not miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Go to Ticketmaster, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. You will find your tickets available there, and make sure to be there, or you will be one of those people saying, damn, I wish I was there. Do not be that guy. But please stay tuned with us at Born Free Network in partnership with Mail and Guardian. We will be back with more guests. But before Steve leaves, we need to send you off with a memento to remind
Let's
you
do that. Let's
that
do
you're
this.
here with us at Mail and Guardian and Born Free. So here we have a special edition paper that we did as a Mail
Awesome.
and Guardian for the South African Standard Bank Joy of Jazz this year. And we're going to add with that our special Born Free merch.
Whoa.
I mean, what? Look at your style. I'm like, hey.
Look,
Hey.
I'm going to put that on right away.
But this is our way, our small way of saying thank you for coming on Born Free. And we look forward to listening and being there. And I'm going to be, it's the only stage I'm going to. Tomorrow, it is the only
We
stage
appreciate that.
I'm going
I appreciate
to.
that.
Steve, all the best. And we'll be there. South Africans, all people that are going to be watching this, get your tickets. You don't want to miss it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Born Free family, welcome back to our special broadcast of the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival. We have more guests coming, but firstly, we have here a great group that we're going to be talking to about the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, their performance. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz is happening this Friday till Sunday. You want to get your tickets on Ticketmaster. You don't want to miss this year's Joy of Jazz. Muzoba lit. That is the calling card for this year's Joy of Jazz. But before we get there to this evening's performances and the ones that will be happening over Saturday, Sunday, we have here guests from, I believe, Canada.
Yeah.
Canada, that are going to be talking to us not only about their performance, but the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz and how they've come to interact with this specific festival. And want to find out a bit more about their artistry. Welcome, gentlemen, to the Born Free Network in collaboration with Mail and Guardian and Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. How long have you been in South Africa?
Yeah. 1 day?
36 hours.
26 hours.
36.
Oh, wow. So you've been here for a while. Have you had a chance to go around, see Johannesburg?
Yeah, just a bit. We went to the restaurant for lunch yesterday and for dinner too. So we walked a bit around, but we have to focus also on the performance and recovery. 30 hours of travels, so
crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy, but we are glad and happy to be here.
30 hours of travel, but 36 hours at least to rest up. So Standard Bank Joy of Jazz Festival. This is one of the major calendar events in South Africa for jazz, not just for domestic artists, but for international ones. What can we expect tonight? Or tomorrow or Sunday?
Yeah, the both. We play tonight and tomorrow. You will have the finest musician in Canada, because I'm super lucky to have 3 of the best musicians in the Montreal, Canada scene. So we will share our love, our music. Everybody have like specific influences. So we cook together something crazy for you guys.
That sounds absolutely amazing. You hear that, people? Get your tickets. What are you waiting for? You don't want this to be one of those where were you at moments. So Simon, as specifically with like dialing into your creative process in developing your jazz, what was it that first got you into music?
I mean, my neighbor played piano, and when I was 5, I asked my father, okay, I want to play piano too, but my parents are not musicians. So he came back with a flute and told me, prove it. So, I mastered the flute a bit, and then, I began to learn classical music, as a lot of kids. And year after years, I decided to open my mind, check others' music, and jazz was one of them, So, that's how I arrive in music.
And so for you two gentlemen, coming together to form this incredible ensemble, how did you meet? All of you?
We all met in Montreal. So Eli is born and raised in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Me and Simon, we migrated to Montreal in 2011. So we met up playing with another artist. And then, years later, we're here, and it's been many years of beautiful brotherhood and collaboration. We are just not people that work together. We are
brothers.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hope you're nothing like my brothers, because then that means band practice gets rowdy. But so coming to this specific festival, I mean, what are your expectations for what South Africans are, how they're going to react to your music? I mean, I doubt this is the first time they're going to have interacted with your music before. How do you, what are your expectations going to Joy of Jazz? How do you think people are going to interpret it?
I think the most important thing for us is to connect with people, right? Because it's all about this music, so I think we will try to seduce the country, and people from here to be able to connect all together, because I think for artists, I mean, for me, it's the most exciting feeling, to be on the stage and feel the power of the public, So yeah, that's my first expectation, and in the second time, I will be super happy to discover musicians from here, you know, because it's always like a big pleasure and something amazing to connect with people, local people, you know, because when international artists come to Canada, that's what we do too, you know.
Yeah.
So we also looking, we met already some guys from here, you know, but we can wait to see them perform and share together, you know.
That's absolutely incredible. But I want to know more about this move from France to Montreal. Obviously, Canada having a strong French-Canadian influence, but fundamentally, I think two very different cultures. You know, one very European, the other very North American. Big boisterous trucks and
correct.
Yes, and then a very more secluded, subdued, subtle style, which is what most people associate with the European style. How have you found that transition, you know, in moving your specific music form from that very European style to what North Americans would enjoy?
I mean, I did the same thing in Canada that I did in France. You know, I grew with people from everywhere because I come from suburbs of Paris, so a lot of different culture, you know, like and I did exactly the same when I arrived in Canada. You know, I met my Cuban friends. we grew together, you know. Then Ellie, who have like 10,000 influences different, you know. Then Chuck, who is just over there, who come with the gospel, more North American, you know, influences. So I just try to apply the same receipt, right?
Yeah.
So, but of course, I think for Mike, Michel, and me, that was like something to arrive in North America because everything is different, you know, like the interaction between people is different, you know, the way to play music is different, the way to share music is also different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I arrived in France, in Canada, I was 23, now I'm 37, and I can say I feel home in the both countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to know more, forming part of such a creative grouping, how do you guys, I want to understand, how do you guys find common consensus around creating a muse? You know, are you all, because I expect everyone has their own unique energy that they connect to when they're being creative. How do you all create a symphonic, how can I say this, fusion that really attracts people to your specific style of jazz? You know, because I want to ask everyone, because this is a collective effort. It's like a merging of multiple energies. Yeah. It's a deeply spiritual process.
So want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think for this festival we're coming with Simon's project.
Yeah.
But also since we've been playing all together for years, I think Simon is starting to understand us, and we're starting to understand him. So when he comes with his compositions, we kind of finish them with him.
Yeah.
He brings the main idea, he brings his compositions, and then we go in the lab, in the studio, and we bring our ideas. And since he knows us, he's very open-minded to our ideas too, and to our music. So that's how it actually all comes together, you know? It's not like, okay, this is what I'm bringing and this is what we're going to do. It's more like, this is what I'm bringing and what can we do together?
Yeah.
I think that's more of like his creative process. And that's what's been nice, you know, because some people, they know exactly what they want. And sometimes they're not open to different propositions. And I think music is best when it's done together.
Yeah.
It's the best. I think it's the best. I don't think there's one person that does everything and then it's like, you're going to do this, do this, do this, do this. There's always ideas coming from elsewhere. And I think as a musician, we don't invent nothing. There's always something that has been done and we're inspired by it. And we try to bring it somewhere else or bring our own flavor to it, you know?
That's absolutely incredible. I think it speaks to just how music as an art form is unique in the sense that it creates a multiplicity of perspectives that can choreograph a specific symphonic tune, you know, that so many people connect to. But I want to now just zoom in on South Africa, this experience that Joy of Jazz you're going to be helping curate for people. So there's so many artists that are going to be playing, and you said that you've interacted with them here already. I'm just so excited to understand, when looking at inspirations from the African continent that you could take back to Canada with you and also on your tours around the world, What is it about South African jazz that you have found to be interesting or unique, separate from those that you've interacted with around the world, Simon?
But it's an evidence that jazz come from Africa, right?
Yeah.
You know, jazz is a black art form, you know, that African bring to US, you know,
Yeah.
like that's the story, right? So nobody can contest that, right? So of course this continent is like a huge influence for all musicians who want to open their mind, you know,
Yeah.
because jazz is not from school or university, it's from this place, right? So I think my point of view is like to be always super like humble and open and learn everything I see, not just in Africa, all around the world, you know, because I believe that it's how you begin a better human, so a better musician, right? So that's my point of view, but maybe the guys have something to tell.
Well, adding to that, I mean, there is no secret, like you said, no one can contest what all the countries in this continent has brought to the world, all the way from the New World, transatlantic to Asia. So Africa is pretty much the main source or influence for the whole planet.
Yeah.
Because Africa is a country, it's a continent, but there is many different rhythms, music styles, languages. We're not going to talk about it. There is like a lot. You know, and even as example in Cuba, you know, we are always saying to our African roots.
Yeah.
Because we cannot say, yeah, we developed something, but like he said before, it was already there. We didn't make anything new in Cuba. We just enhanced our own interpretation that went from slavery to freedom to the evolution of the Cuban system. So going back to Simon, yeah, I mean, the lineup here is great. I think this is, if you want to or get the opportunity to know deeper,
yeah,
go to the source. So right now we are in the source.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if that is bands from all over around playing here, we are in the source, and this is the most inspiring thing that we can get right now, is that being here in South Africa and being able to see people from the US, Canada, Europe, but also people from here. How you guys live life, how you guys enjoy it. And then tonight, we'll see how we connect with the South African crowd. And I mean, this is the most exciting thing that you can, you know.
Yeah. There's an expression that we use in South Africa. We say kuzobalit. Kuzobalit. It's like saying the roof is gonna explode. That's how incredible it is going to be. And it's not lost on me. I'm just saying here, the full circle moment in the musical history that is happening here, thanks to Standard Bank and the Joy of Jazz Festival. So now I want to just have a view forward into where do you see jazz going from here? You know, every era has its own defining mark that it leaves on the specific art form, whether it be performing arts, pre-colonially, during colonial, post-colonial, and all that has happened in the world right now. But specifically within music, you see quite strong influences from just current day events, people wanting to lose themselves in the songs, or people trying to feel a lot more about what's happening in the world around them in the music. Where do you see it going, Simon? I think I come to you.
I mean, you know, it's a really special area for music because we have a lot of like new technology since internet, I have to say, you know, because I learned music really in a different way than kids today, you know. I didn't have YouTube, even Wikipedia or all the stuff, you know. So it's a specific area, and now we have AI to arrive and change a lot of things. But I believe that music is always connected to territory, human, education, and roots, right?
Yeah.
So I think it will continue. You know, kids come with new things. They want to talk about their reality.
Yeah.
And I believe that we should continue to share all together and to help them. We're going to be older, you know, so we are here to help the new generation, you know, to take their place and in the picture, you know, and to shine. And we're just here back and say, okay, don't do mistakes, kids, because we're looking to you, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm super positive, you know. I think the only thing people can never lose is art, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not the guy who said, wow, all this technology will mess everything. No, I don't think so. I think like kids are amazing and they will continue the great work as we do, you know, like and try to tell people that the most important is not money. Yeah, of course it's cool to have money. It's not like wearing brands and all those stuff. It's also share emotions, share love, and try to make the world better, you know. That's it, with a lot of like low acceptation because that's how we build it, you know. Like we begin small, but we're going to be bigger, you know, like. And so yeah, I'm checking that, and I'm happy to see that kids continue the work, you know. That's it.
I love that. It's the inverse of aim for the stars and you might end up on the moon. But I want to speak more now, just shifting gears to the musical style. You know, notably, your style makes up a blend of jazz, neoclassical, world music, reflective electro influences, described as modern, reflective, and featuring accessible modalities. I mean, how do you create such a fusion, such a blend? Where do you derive inspiration from?
I mean,
how do you master those different principles? Those.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious, right? So I begin with, as I told you, I begin with classical music, but I saw that classical music was just one thing, and then I grew with those guys who teach me a lot. I have to say I was the outsider of the band. They are master, you know. So I try to, you know, I try to follow them. And
they don't agree.
When I was 16, I began to do reggae, you know, and I was in France, you know, far from Jamaica, you know. But I was, you know, then I play a bit like some like Moroccan style, you know, stuff, and like this, you know. And but at the end, you do what you hear, right? So you compose what you hear, and it's super difficult to say that. I know everybody say, Simon, do neoclassical jazz, but I do what I can, you know. I'm just going on the piano, sing an idea, and this is music, right? And I'm super lucky to have those guys who arrive, master my songs, give me a lot of good idea, and make the song their own song, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's how fusion works. You know, you cannot just put, okay, I will do a not reggae, a not African rhythm. No, that's not like this. You know, you feel an emotion and you try to transcribe on the instrument. You know, and then the media and press say, oh, Simon played neoclassical jazz electronic stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sure.
Absolutely. So I think now where we are is, this is really my parting shot question to all three of you, because I want to get a perspective from everyone here. What can the people who are there, your fans, expect tonight? You know, are there any surprises? Is there anything new? You know, we've liked here at Born Free, in partnership with the Mail Garden, to be the ones breaking news about new songs, new ensembles that are going to be heard tonight, or some of the best that we haven't heard in a while. So what can we expect tonight?
I mean,
surprise.
It's surprise. No.
That's the whole point.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you just gotta come see the show. You gotta come see the show, and we're brothers, like he said. So we're gonna play like we were brothers. You know, this is a family affair, and we're gonna bring the energy tonight. Yeah, we're gonna bring the energy. You got drums, percussion, bass, and piano. So it's a very percussive ensemble, like I would say. And
it will be risky.
And
it will be risky.
His music is good, so just come check it out. That's what I say.
Yeah, I mean, I think every time we go on the stage, we know each other since a long time. We play this show since now almost 2 years, so we are going to take risk tonight. You know, to because I think when you are on the edge, that's how the emotion become, you know, and that's how you connect with the people, you know, they feel it.
Yeah.
If you play safe, you know, like it sounds safe, right? So yeah, I think we have a beautiful stage, beautiful venue. I have a 9-foot piano, Steinway from Hamburg. This is amazing. We have the best technician of South Africa. They were
Amazing.
just amazing. To be honest, I don't say that to make people happy, but we tour a lot, and I can tell you that sometimes it's, you know, it's different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we're in the best condition to do our best.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a good time.
Good time.
That's to me that's number one. We're gonna have a deep chat with the, you know, it's gonna be between us and with the crowd. Right, so we are connected. So we don't know the crowd. And we just want to have a fun. It's gonna be fun. How you guys doing? Pretty good. It's sunny. It's cold. It's raining. Here we go. That's how music rolls as well. You know, in different forms. So the rest is just surprise people.
Yeah. A personal question: do you guys still get nervous before you perform?
I mean, yeah, always.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. He's the liar of the band. No, I think it's not about nervous like crazy, you know, but you feel something, you know. You play in a new country in front of new people. You want to make them happy, you know. So of course, sometimes but we are used to, you know. But in my opinion, it's important to keep it this nervous feeling, this little anxiety, because then you come on the stage
It's worth it.
to be the best, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here, and you also heard surprises that you can only discover if you buy your tickets. So go on to ticketmaster.com, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. I can guarantee you this is a performance you do not want to miss. They will be tonight live at the Sandton Convention Centre and tomorrow. So you want to get your tickets for both days, maybe even Sunday, because you never know what might be coming. Maybe that's the surprise. So get your tickets at ticketmaster.com, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz from this Friday to Sunday. I can guarantee you, if you're not there, you'll be asked, where were you at? But stick with us here with Born Free in partnership with the Mail and Guardian and the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz. We will be back, but for now, stay with us and go get those tickets. Artistry family, welcome back to what is going to be our final interview for today. But I can guarantee you this is by far one of the best that we're going to have. We have a critically acclaimed artist, Alum, who is joining us, Kuma and I, for what is the last episode talking about Standard Bank's Joy of Jazz, which is happening from this Friday to Sunday. And I can guarantee you do not want to miss the star-studded event. Go to Ticketmaster and get your tickets whilst they're still there. You don't want people asking, where were you when the best was happening? But I'm very excited about this episode, Kuma. I'm very excited about this guest in particular. Alum, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. When did you arrive in South Africa for the show?
Oh, just today.
Yesterday?
No, today this morning,
oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we had a long travel, but well deserved. It was good. We really
Absolutely
enjoyed it.
amazing. But welcome. We're so excited to have you. Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, this is an incredible festival that we put on every single year. What can your fans expect from you specifically for this festival?
This is my second time here, the Standard Bank Jazz. The last time was in 2016.
Yeah.
Almost 10 years now. And I still keep these beautiful memories of the festival, of the Joy of Jazz. When my agent let me know that Alan, this year also you gotta go to South Africa for the Joy of Jazz. I was full of joy. It was very nice.
The joy for the jazz.
Happy. Yeah, the joy of the jazz, and seeing also the crowd here, the audience. It's excellent. Always, beautiful moment to spend here in South Africa, especially in Johannesburg. And this is going to be amazing.
It's absolutely incredible. So it's your second time. I'm assuming your first time you set the bar extremely high. How are you feeling this time around?
Yeah, it was amazing. But yes, tomorrow will be more higher than 10 years ago, because that was the beginning of my own project. That that was the beginning. I was researching the new stuff, but now since the last time we released, I think 4 or 5 albums. Then we are on tour since February.
Yeah,
with the new album. The new album we just released it last May, and we are on tour since 5-6 months now.
Yeah.
Then I'm so happy also to start the new season here in South Africa, because this is going to be the first concert of the season, of the new season. We finished the last season in August, and now we started here in South Africa. That makes sense. And from there, after we will do the world tour. Then this is going to be excellent.
I love that. So you heard that here, folks. The Joy of Jazz Festival is the seasonal debut for South Africa. So why would you not be there? But I want to ask you a question about your music. So your work is often served as a bridge between continents. Specifically when we talk about your album, Havana, Paris, Dakar. One, incredible locations that you're stating there. But 2, what do you believe music can accomplish that other forms of communication can't, in terms of bridging people? Because I think it was Madiba who said that music speaks to the soul in a way that the mind, that the head can't, because it speaks to the heart.
Absolutely. It's healing.
Yeah.
It's healing. I'm from Senegal. I was born in Dakar. And there we listen to a lot of music.
Yeah.
Music from everywhere. Music from South Africa, from Cuba, from Algeria, from United States, from Japan.
Yeah.
And I was, surrounded by different music, different style of music. My father was a musician also. Then, that was my point of view of music. That's why I wanted to do this album first. Well, the Havana Paris Dakar.
Yeah.
Because we listen a lot of Cuban music in Senegal. And after this, I went to New York to record another album, more jazz stuff. I'm not focusing only on one style of music, but different style of music, because music is the medicine. The musician he's the kind of medicine man.
Yes.
That's why we can use different music and touch different heart, but still music.
The bass is music, is the note from C till C or from C till B, you know. That's why I say we, no matter where you come from, no matter which kind of citizen you are, but when we play together, we jump on stage together, we play together, we got to play on the same language. That's me, music.
Yeah. So what has been like the key inspiration for you in crafting your music?
Wow, a lot of things. The social living, you, or I'm surrounded by music. I'm surrounded by air. You know, I am inspired by a lot of things. My life and the life. You know, we are storytellers. You know.
Yeah.
Then I'm, you know, inspired by many stuff, many things in the world. You know, I don't have a specificity to say that this is my inspiration or this.
Yeah.
You know, it's very organic.
Yeah.
You know, it's very organic. A lot of things inspire me also.
I love that you're speaking about the authenticity, something that I think quite a lot of listeners of music generally want to hear, but your music in particular, I think they like to know that we're actually getting an authentic connection. But I want to throw you to my co-host Kumo for the next round of questions.
Yeah, read up on your story. I think it's a very interesting one. It starts very young. They say at 13 you decided to pick up a bass, or you decided that bass was your chosen instrument. Take me into the journey before you got to that bass. What was happening in your childhood? What was the music influences? Because I think there seems to be so much life that you had lived prior to have gotten to the point where you could make that decision and decide which music was going to be your thing.
I think I did not decide to be a musician. Music chose me being a musician. You know, I was like I told you from first question. I was surrounded by music. My father was musicians, my uncle, my sisters. You know, we had a lot of music at home, different music from France, from the United States, from all over the world. But before choosing bass, I started music. I think when I was maybe 6 years or 8 years, but piano and, you know, reading music, all that thing, because my father is from classical music. Until 13, I chose the bass because the bass instrument is very present on the African music and the Senegalese music, Cameroonian music. A lot of the fantastic bass player all over the world, they're from Senegal or from Ivory Coast or Cameroon, you know, or South Africa. And also I listen a lot of reggae, and but from the beginning I just wanted to be, you know, like old African child, you know, be a soccer player, you know, or, you know, this kind of thing. My mother was it was a struggle because she wanted me to be, you know, a doctor or a president or politician, you know, like, you know, many African women at that time in the 80s. But I choose to be bass player. But before choosing bass player, I was chosen by music first, you know, because listen a lot of music, and many musicians were also in my neighborhood, and that's why it was very natural for me until I have 18 years old. Then I start playing with a very famous Senegalese singer, Ismail Lo. With Ismail Lo, my first time in South Africa, it was in 1998 or 1999 with Ismail Lo. It was for the birthday of Madiba, for the 80th anniversary of Nelson Mandela. We played in Durban, in Johannesburg. That time I think I was 19 years old or 20 years old. And it was a kind of shock for me and a pride to be an African country like South Africa. Because when you live in Senegal, you just heard about South Africa. You know, it's very far. We didn't know it was so amazing like that. Sounds it's like the West country, you know. And since that time, I always, you know, have this happiness to coming here and playing with South African musicians.
I think what you said there is so beautiful. I particularly want to know, in your journey up until this point, and specifically in preparing for the Joy of Jazz, what's been the thing that you've had to remind yourself throughout the process to say that you still are invested, you still love the thing that you're doing? And what are you most looking forward to in the performance that you're going to give?
You know, first of all, it's going to be very natural. We're going to we're going to tell to the audience our story in the own way that we learn our story. You know, we travel a lot, and when we travel, um, for example, my last album I recorded in Nigeria, in Senegal, in New Orleans.
Wow.
The album is called New African Orleans. It's the story of it's a kind of the transatlantic history from the slavery story until now. What this story gave to us. And when I jump on stage, I will tell this story to the audience also on my own way. It's going to be, I'm surrounded also by fantastic musicians on stage. They will also tell the story in their own way.
I think what you said is so profound in that you get to share your story through your music. For you, when you're in the creation phase, what and when do you know something is done? When do you know your story is being told to the best of your ability, or you're happy with that story? Because I've spoken to many different people in the music space, and some people are just like, and other people are like, it's never perfect. There's always this one thing you want to change, you want to
Yeah,
fix
the
it.
story is never done yet. Even mine, I said, I tell the story, and telling the story also makes me learn another story who's gonna make my story more rich. It's like when I talk with you, I can learn something from you, and from this, that's gonna make my story more rich, and I will continue to grow up with this thing. That's why it's endless. It's endless. I never say no. Now it's done. I have to. But when you record an album, you just have to say to yourself, stop now, because don't try to make it so beautiful, the most beautiful album, the most amazing album in your life. Just do your thing at the moment, in the period that you do, then tell this story to the people and try to learn more from the other people.
I think my last question before I throw you over is, one of the most interesting and most beautiful things that you always see is African artists bring their identity to a genre that's very common, whether it be classical music, whether it be jazz music, even if it's amapiano, you see Afro beats. There's an identity that comes through so strongly in the music that we have and in the music that we engage on a day-to-day basis. What has culture meant for you on the continent of Africa, and how specifically have you been able to appreciate it, but also transcend it to give us the work that you do?
About this new music now in Africa, I really love it. I'm really happy to listen the evolution of this African music nowadays, who made by DJs in South Africa or Ghana or Nigeria. Like amapiano, I listen to it and I enjoy it when I listen to amapiano and the high life in Ghana or the Afrobeat. I'm inspired by all that music, even on stage, on my production album also. I think this is the future of everything, of the music now. Now we can see and we can feel how these African young people he's taking the power of music all over the world, and most of them is from South Africa or Nigeria or Ghana, and this is very nice, I think. And even if we are musicians and they are not, they are just DJs, we have a lot of things to learn from them also. This mixity is the beauty of our music.
I want to know, where do you draw your creative energy from? For some artists, they talk about their creative source being a place, either where they grew up, or being a specific sound or specific melody or specific emotion and feeling. I want to know, for you, where is that space for you?
The space is all the things and all this beauty you are just talking. You're just a lot of things, music, the air, the birds, the sound of everything, the divinity, and I'm also spiritual, very spiritual. I can take a lot of things from the spirituality and all the universe, a lot of things. I'm inspired. My music is never the same. All my album, each of my album has a story to tell. That's because I am inspired by many kind of music, many genres, many people from all over the world. And I'm not saying today I'm gonna take my inspiration here.
Yeah.
I'm just, it's a kind of gift. Sometimes when I sleep, I dream, I can dream a melody and just, and wake up, then go to my studio, to my home studio, and record something. It's like that with many musicians. Music is a very divinity and spirituality. That's music. We all are musicians. Even you are a musician. You can create. You just have to listen yourself. You listen yourself, you gotta find a new melody every day. Until we have, we have breath, we will get inspiration.
Unfortunately, I wish this conversation could go on forever, but we have time restrictions.
Absolutely.
But ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here. And I would encourage you to go and get your ticket on ticketmaster.com for the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz happening from this Friday to Sunday. You do not want to miss some of the star-studded performances that will be happening. And you just heard here the sources from where some of these creative expressions come from. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There will never be a Standard Bank Joy of Jazz much like this year's one. Just like last year's one will never be like this year's. Don't miss out. Don't get asked where you were when Standard Bank Joy of Jazz was putting its best foot forward. Get your tickets on ticketmaster.com. And from those of us here at the Born Free Network, in partnership with Mail and Guardian, reporting from the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, thank you so much for joining us. And we hope that you'll be with us again. Until then, ciao.